I am here. I am home. I am glad to be home. Sauce, but I'm here. Max, welcome to the stream. The winning. Welcome to the stream. Riffy, welcome to the stream. And Nova Plays, aka Sorry, and Space, welcome to the stream. Good to see you all. Good to be here. I hope everybody is doing well. I am doing alright aside from being completely exhausted. Mufasa, there you are! Welcome to the stream! How's it going, buddy? Might want to change YouTube title. What if I could? Music. Okay. Yeah. How's that? Is that better for the voice? Viking Crown. Oh boy, just starting right off, Sally. Starting right off. There you go, buddy. There you go. Accident fell off a ladder due to clean off gutters. Thankfully, fell on grass. Bruise on chest. I mean that. Well, I am very glad you are okay, Mufasa. I am so sorry that happened, but glad you are okay. Yikes. Yikes. And Rithy with the poop hat right afterward. You got it, Rithy. We will, when the timer rings for this one, we'll put on the poop hat there. So, how is everybody doing? I hope everybody is doing well. Sorry, I'm still getting some of this stuff ready here. It is... I'm back home, so having to reset everything up for streaming at home. Everything was set for streaming on the go, and now I gotta reset everything. Interesting. Okay. Is that... no? I think I can even hide that. That's interesting. We're doing that a little differently. Alright! Alright, much better. It's okay, no pain, no gain. Old man mask. We're just lining them up. Just lining them up here. Cyberpunk DLC. Nice, Sally. Nice. Fun, fun. So... I am back. It's good to be back. My camera is a little wonky here. Let's see what is going on with the camera. I might need to do some adjusting on this. So that you guys can see. Oops. Oh. You know, it would probably be a little better with the mic if I had the mic in position as well. Wow. All the fail sauce. As I said, I am exhausted. It was a very, very long, trying time working at that other No green screen. No, I haven't had a green screen behind me since I got back. Well, shoot, I haven't had a green screen for years and years. No, I was considering doing a green screen with this setup here, but it's the gray screen worked better. I tried green and I couldn't quite get with the lighting and stuff. I couldn't get it to look proper. So professional streamer, that's me. Professional streamer. Mufasa, professional streamer. And that's very exciting that you're going to New York this weekend there, Mufasa. Dreidel, did I give you your welcome to the stream? I think I did, but I can't even remember at this point. I want to make sure I don't miss it. It's good to see you, Dreidel. I'm assuming you must have the day off, because you're not usually here at this hour. So it was a very long and grueling couple weeks here, but I got through it, and I'm back home now, back at my own office, trying to get settled back in. You got today off? Very nice, Dreidel. Very nice. And oh, I was gonna make. Okay, that's the crown. I was in the process. Ugh. Making a quick. How quick it's actually gonna end up being, but oh gosh, I'm way too far out here. Gonna try and make a. Yeah, it's way far back. Goodness, that's annoying. Yeah, forget about it. I was gonna try and make an updated thing for YouTube, but that's not gonna work. Did they miss me at home? Oh, absolutely. My home office. My employees definitely missed me. We got the poop hat next here. Yes, they were glad to see me. So were my customers. They were very excited to see me. But also the people at that other office were very, very happy and excited to see me. They had missed me as well. Twitch crackdown on those bots. I have not seen that, Dreidel, but it doesn't surprise me at all. It's not surprising at all. I'm surprised they allowed it for as long as they did. Because, yeah, that's just wrong to have to allow that bot viewership stuff. And I am sure they partnered some of those people due to the botted streaming viewership. You wear the chicken suit every day to work. I do not. That was a one-time thing. Maybe again at Halloween I might make a costume out of it. Whew. Sorry. I really don't know how long I'm gonna last. Cheating, it is definitely cheating. A big time to be doing that. Post office I was at was very, very happy to see me there, Mufasa. They were excited to have me. They were very sad to see me go. They would definitely like to keep me over there. But, not gonna happen. What? Hey! Mufasa with the Prime sub! Thank you so much for that Prime sub there, Mufasa. 3 months in a row! Whoop, whoop. For those of you that don't know, you can only give your Prime sub to one person per month, and Mufasa has chosen us. I always consider it a huge honor to be the one that is chosen to receive that. Thank you so much. I appreciate that very much, buddy. But yeah, as the other office, they actually are growing, so they might have a supervisor position opening up over there fairly soon. But that would technically be a demotion for me to take it. But I could probably have that position as a shoo-in if I wanted it. Moving over there would be pretty darn impossible. It is a isolated place, and it is housing is even tougher to find over there than it is here. Plus, I like my office a lot. My office is very chill. I have worked hard to get it where it is at. Far less stressful. I like being stress-free there. That's it was nice to help out, and good experience. I appreciate the people there and how hard they work, and I love seeing them, but definitely rather my own office here. What makes it tough? So it is there's isolation. It's on an island that is only accessible by ferry, boat, or plane. So everything comes basically by ferry. The ferries are notoriously late or canceled all the time. Trying to get on and off of the island is incredibly hard, including trucks with mail. Will have to miss out on getting a ferry and then arrive late, and now all of the mail is going out late, and it's just super tough there. Tooth Fairy. Here you go, Dreidel. Then you add on top of that, because it is an island, people are ordering everything. So, especially post-COVID, they're just absolutely everything. So it's putting a huge stress on the post office there. On top of that, Amazon, which used to have kind of split between FedEx, UPS, and the post office delivering out there, pretty much only uses the post office. Good business for the post office, but the amount of packages that they're now dropping off is an insane amount for such a small office. On top of that office, as opposed to my office, that office has carriers and routes. So you have to balance making sure that the carriers are getting out on time, all of their stuff is getting delivered correctly. There's a whole different set of rules for the carriers. Tackle that problem as postmaster. We'll get to that. That office is not just one office. It has 3 satellite offices that go out of it. So you've got you're the postmaster of the main office, you're the postmaster of an office at one end, a postmaster of the office at another end, and a postmaster of the office on a totally different island. So you're essentially running 4 offices instead of just one, and you're in charge of making sure everything gets done for all of those. Again, because of the isolation, trying to find people to work is incredibly hard, because it's you get a lot of summer work, but not necessarily a lot of people that are going to be working full time. It's a retirement, very much a retirement type community. So you've got either the teens that are still in school, kind of high schooler type, or people that are retired. Usually after they get out of the kids get out of high school, they go off to college, so they're not there. Most of them aren't looking for that career, so it's incredibly hard to hire out there. Housing is incredibly tough to find because it's an island. It's incredibly expensive. So there's a lot going on with that. Also, I lived out there for like 20 years, not on that particular island, but on one of the nearby islands. And I feel like I escaped that place, so I'm not exactly excited to go back. John Smith, welcome to the stream. How's it going, buddy? PO box rates tripled over all that. Yeah, that's ours are definitely have gone up in most areas, but they're still cheaper than the UPS FedEx ones. And why one position gets mental fatigue and draining eggs. Yes, it is definitely very draining, very exhausting. It could be rough. And then when you're short-handed, you're the one that has to pick up all the slack. So, had to go out and deliver mail. It never ends. So, I'm glad to be home where I only have, we have the retail window, so helping people mail their packages, and we have P.O. boxes. And that's all I really have to worry about. I do deal with a lot of customers having issues with the delivery office, which isn't even my office, but they're technically my customers because they're in my town. But I can't do anything for them because I'm not in charge of the delivery portion. But I do end up having to field a lot of those calls because they can't get a hold of the other office. Because of the government. So the post office tries to stay competitive. So basically they look at if there are other companies like UPS or even like a mailboxes etc. type thing, some private company that's offering their own version of PO boxes. If there are others of those in the area, the post office will try and have competitive rates with them. So they'll adjust their PO box rates based off of what's available in the area. If there's not a lot of other options, and it's basically the post office, rates are going to be higher. If you have other choices, like UPS store or something like that have their own version of PO boxes, then the post office is going to have lower rates in that area because there is competition. It is USPS, private company, like it's a government entity. Rather have that instead of other countries. I'm Sir Alan. Welcome to the stream. My brain is completely fried. I don't even know if I'm going to get to Bananza tonight. I might just do a bit of just chatting here, hang with you guys, and conk out. I have been yawning all day, and I've been fading, so I'm gonna hang out with you guys as long as I can. But Shadows would take way too much brain power, and I just can't do it. I was actually planning on it and was looking forward to playing some, but my brain cannot handle it. So USPS would not be good as a private company, because see, Twitch cracked down on bots and stops streaming. I haven't stopped. I'm still here. I'm right here. And we're switching to the old man mask, by the way. But yeah, so if you look at other countries that have done like the privatized mail service,
quality drops drastically because those companies don't have to care about the people, and there's no one really for them to answer to, so they can kind of charge what they want and do what they want. So I would not want to see it go privatized. Also, like, if you look at Canada's mail service, it is pretty bad. We can mail something from where I'm at. It's about a 3-hour, I say, drive over to British Columbia from my office, and the mail actually has to go down to California to go through customs to go outbound. But it'll leave the country here usually within about 2 days or so and be cross the border and be in Canada. And just in BC, it can still take 2 weeks for it to get delivered once it's crossed the border there, because their mail is much slower. It's actually quite incredible. Also, like, I've heard over in the UK that postage, it could be like $3 or more to mail a letter across, just across, in the same just, you know, in England, just from one part of England to another. It could be, you know, like $3 for postage. So I haven't been over there. I can't verify that for sure. But that's what I have been told by customers who have been there and talked about it, that they're shocked at how low our postage is here. So there are definitely benefits to having it. Yeah, I know, Dreidel. Also, the striking that I know Canada has experienced striking, where it'll be months without mail at all because of it. Yep, I remember that, because we weren't able to mail to Canada. They went on strike right before Christmas. So the U.S. does have unions that are involved with the post office, but part of the contract that the unions have is it's an agreement between the post office and the unions that the post office cannot just fire employees on a whim. Whereas, like, in this state, they can fire you and just say, right here, they can just walk up to you, that's it, you're fired, and you're gone. That's it. There is not that ability with the post office. There are channels that have to be gone through. You do have to have just cause and things like that, and the union can always fight. But part of that is that the employees, because of that protection, the employees cannot strike. If the employees go on strike, they forfeit the contract, and then they can just be fired. So there's, you know, balance there that helps make sure that things do stay running. Also, it is a federal offense to delay the mail. So choosing not to work would delay the mail, which is a federal crime. So having it in the still run by the government allows for those types of things where they can be harsher about that. Same thing with theft of mail and things like that. Because it is a government agency, it makes it a federal crime to tamper with the mail, to steal mail, things like that. So there's a lot of benefits to having the post office still remain federal. Post office Canada strike. Yeah, at-will termination sucks. Going to work for you means you're... Pretty much, yes. It is, and it is one of the ones that is a fireable offense. That is a big one if you are tardiness or not showing up for work. If you're AWOL or tardy, those are big things that are pretty easy to fire people for because of that fact. That if you're not showing up to do the job, that delays mail, and that means that we can replace you because we have to keep the mail moving. Yeah, so tardiness or whatchamacallit, or AWOL are big things. That before an employee not shown up. Well, we don't put them in jail, we just fire. And I have had to fire someone for not showing up for work, yes. There is definitely a process that you have to go through to do it. Because it is a government agency, and so there is paperwork and a paper trail and all kinds of things. But yeah, it's definitely had to do it. It can be. It definitely can be. So I forgot I had the hat button there. I set things up and then I forget about it because, you know, I wasn't here. But yeah, the at-will termination thing is definitely a rough thing, and this is an at-will termination state. So that is a big deal, and can be a rough thing. About on Sundays and federal holidays. So, there are certain federal holidays that the post office does not run. Christmas, 4th of July, Thanksgiving, and New Year's Day. Those are the holidays that the post office is closed and does not run. The rest of the federal holidays and Sundays are Amazon only. So Amazon has a contract with the post office that if they send, then we will deliver on those specific days, but it's only, woohoo, I won, yeah buddy. It is only Amazon that where post office is delivering on those days. And so there are special contracts in place for the carriers that are delivering and things like that as far as their pay and stuff. It is different for those specific days. Same thing with clerks that have to work on those days. The pay is different than on a normal day. Have to sign something or something. No, so that's all high up above. That is way above my pay grade. Labor Day coming up, and I'm working big money. There you go, Dreidel. I will be off. My office will be closed. None of my employees are working that day. Well, actually, I've got one employee that might choose to work at another office. Thank you for the hydration there, Dreidel. Cheers. So I do get paid. I have paid holidays. So I will be getting paid for Monday, even though I get to chill at home and relax. Not all postal employees get it. There are certain ones that do and certain ones that don't. So regulars do get paid holidays, and then other ones get certain holidays. There's certain holidays they do get paid, certain holidays they don't. That is all negotiated by the union as to which employees get which holidays and things like that. But management does get the paid holidays and bonus pay if we have to work a holiday. Hire more part-timers than a regular. So the post office does have a set number of regular positions, and then and there's Day. Welcome to the stream, and thank you for the hydration and the posture check. So and more hydration. Thank you. So that too it's all way above my pay grade as to how that all works, but there are a limited number of the regular positions because they are they're a set amount of hours per day. Like mine is an 8-hour day. That's what it is. If you have a regular clerk like I used to be, it's a scheduled 8-hour day, 40-hour work week. There are other ones that have, say, a 30-hour schedule because the office isn't open as often. Or the carriers, they're set at evaluation. So basically, the post office has a wide range of things that help them determine how long it should take them to get the mail delivered in that particular area for that particular route. And so the post office will set that amount of time. Say it's 8 hours. The post office says this route should take 8 hours. If the regular carrier can do it in 6 hours, they still get paid for 8. If it takes them 10 hours, they still get paid for 8. So there's definitely difference on those kinds of things. I'm not sure if I'm gonna get to Donkey Kong tonight, Dreidel. We might. Then you have, with the regular carriers, you have substitute carriers, which are basically part-timers that fill in for when the regular carriers aren't there, whether it's their scheduled day off or if they're taking vacation time or things like that. Then you would have one of those part-timers for the carriers that would come and fill in. Then there are part-timers that all they do is deliver Amazon packages. They're just there to help with all of the excess Amazon packages. So they're a part-timer, but all they do is deliver Amazon. As far as clerks are concerned, like my office only has... They're considered part-time. It's part-time flexible would be what their official title is, meaning that they're not considered a full-time, but they're flexible hours. So I could be working them full-time. Right now, I've got one of my clerks is on vacation. So my other clerk will be working the extra time to do it. She'll actually be working overtime because she'll be working 6 days a week to help fill in for that extra day, which she'll get overtime pay for that day. The entire day will be overtime for her. So, and that's how it works as well with the contracts there for like those clerks. They're scheduled for 5 days. If they work the 6th day, the entire 6th day is going to be overtime. So there's a lot of different things on that aspect. What do you mean, what about now as a postmaster there, Mufasa? No part-time postmasters. Newman and Kramer driving mail. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of that kind of stuff. Do you need... No. So the general ones, the delivery drivers that are delivering mail door to... or out here we're rural, so they're actually going mailbox to mailbox. There are city routes where they actually walk and deliver the door-to-door stuff, so it's different depending on where you're at. But the rural carriers are the ones that have like the little postal vehicles that you see constantly driving around, and they're always stopping at every mailbox. Whereas the city ones, they have similar mail vehicles, but they'll park here, load up their bag with mail, and then go walk and deliver a certain area, get back to their van, drive to the next spot, park, and then they call it a park and loop, where they park, go out, deliver to an area door to door, and then get back to their van and head out to the next spot. So those don't require a commercial driver's license, but the post office does have their own training course. You do have to be certified on those vehicles, so you have to go take a training course on it, which involves both behind the wheel as well as practical exams. And if you are not certified on those vehicles, you cannot drive them. So, and then there are bigger vehicles. We have the 2 tons, which look a lot like the UPS trucks that you see out there driving. Those are a whole different set of training and getting certified on those. The people that drive the big semis that take the mail from smaller offices to the plant, those would require the CDL. But the normal carriers do not require that. Clerks 4, the movie. So, on that note there, Dreidel, Clerks. I have actually met, what's his name? Kevin Smith, the director of those movies, who also plays Silent Bob. In those movies. He is an amazing man. I've met him several times. I have met Jay as well. I have photos with both of them. They're awesome. Jay actually streams occasionally on Twitch. I follow him. Really cool people, but love Kevin Smith. He is the most down-to-earth, just awesome guy. He, the movie, oh, what's it called? Oh, I can't think. I can't think of it. Alanis Morissette plays God in it, and I can't think of what it's called. Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back is a good one. But, what is it called? I'm drawing a blank. But for that movie, there were tons of people protesting that, no, it's an actual movie, and I can't think, oh, it's gonna drive me nuts. Now I gotta look it up. Kevin Smith. Dogma. That's the name of it. Dogma. I was drawing a total blank on that. But Dogma. So for the movie Dogma, there were tons of people that were out there protesting that it was sacrilegious and things like that. And Kevin Smith, being the type of person he is, he actually went out there with like a picket sign and joined the people that were protesting the movie and like, yeah, that director, he is just a horrible person and what a garbage movie and things like that. That is who he is. He is absolutely just goes to town and has fun with that type of stuff. He was interviewed by the media as one of the protesters of his own movie. So he has gone to showings of his movies where he will sit in the back of the auditorium and he will film audience reactions and stuff, and just surprise them after the movie as they're walking out. He'll be like waiting there at the exit, shaking hands. Thanks for coming by and things like that. So Kevin Smith is an awesome person. Love the heck out of him. Clerks 2. I'm actually in the credits of. It's they had a thing back in the MySpace days where for some of you, you might not know what MySpace is, but it was like Facebook, if you know what that is. Before Facebook existed, and they had a thing where if you put the Clerks 2 as your #1 friend for like whatever month it was or whatnot, and and pre-ordered the movie on DVD or whatnot, they would put you in the credits. And I did it. So if you look at the end of Clerks 2, there's a point where it just goes like 1,000 miles an hour, and it's just like, zzz, yeah, my name is in there at some point. So, because they had a lot of people that did that. So there's a lot of people in those credits, but I'm one of them. So that's kind of a fun thing there as far as Clerks 2. Fox, Alaska cartoon. Oh, I did not know that, Dreidel. Didn't know that. How many hours do you have? Postmasters at set schedule. So technically speaking, Mufasa, Postmaster is considered a salary position. So you're not supposed to be getting the overtime and stuff like that, but you can talk to your boss if there's extenuating circumstances and say, hey, for this, that, or the other, I'm gonna have to clock in, and so then you will get paid overtime and things like that. When I was working at this other office, definitely had some days where I got extra pay because of having to work extra hours. But it is kind of, it's supposed to be on a case-by-case basis. In general, you're considered salary, so you are supposed to work within your hours, and if you're going over the hours too often, then you're gonna have to be on some telecoms to explain why you're having to use the overtime and what you're gonna do to fix things so that you're not having to anymore. But it's a 40-hour work week is what it's set as. 8-hour days, hour lunch in there. So it's an automatic. So it is technically considered a salaried position where you will have the thing where it will show, what your yearly income is instead of just the hourly income. So it is kind of a nice bonus there. You don't have to figure out what it is, or it doesn't fluctuate because you do have the set 40-hour work week. So that's but you do still get paid overtime if you need to work it. There's also things where postmasters will work extra hours. Say they'll work an extra hour at the end of the day that they have to get this, that, or the other done, and instead of collecting that overtime, they might take a 2-hour lunch the next day or sometime during the week so that it all balances out and that the post office doesn't get charged the overtime. But they don't lose out on the hours, and they're not working for free. The post office does have a big thing of don't work for free. You deserve to be paid for what you're working. So there is some balance there where they'll do postmasters will make sure that they're not necessarily charging the post office overtime, but at the same time they're not working for free because they'll take it in another area. So I have done both, and I definitely like the fact that hourly there's more opportunity for getting the overtime. When I've worked the hourly, I've definitely had a lot of overtime, which was nice, but having that 8-hour day, knowing that I'm getting 8 hours, I don't have to worry about what my pay is going to be. I know at the end I'm getting that salary. So the one guy I know in my town is one of the head honchos, salary, but he gets sounds decent. Yeah, I'm not quite that high, Dreidel, but I'm in the ballpark. And yeah, it's decent. And if you factor in my retirement, the 401k, the vacation time, the paid holidays, all of the benefits I get, it would definitely put me over that. So that's part of how the salary gets figured as well, is it's not necessarily that high of a yearly number, but all those extra benefits that you don't get elsewhere definitely boost what you're getting. So it ends up being a very worthwhile thing for them. For how long? I started in, oh gosh, what was it? It's around, I think I'm close to 10 years now. I think it was around 2016 that I started with the post office. We're not going to talk about that one, Mufasa, or my feelings on that. But yes, that's there, and more all the time. They're constantly erasing that. So yeah, I'd have to look at my stuff on when exactly it was that I started. But yeah, it's close to 10 years. Mufasa asked if Washington collects a lot of tax from my check/salary. So yeah, there's doing before I was a hairstylist. Hairstylist for 10 years before joining the post office. It was a fun job, but that one was a somewhat hourly. I did both, where I had an hourly wage at times, and then I had others where I set the price, and it was, you know, this price for doing it, and however long it took is how long it took. So if I could do it quick, then I got paid more per hour. If it took me longer, then I got paid less per hour. I also rented a spot where basically I kept everything, but I paid a rental fee to the area. I also had ones where they took up a percentage of everything I made. And so there's different ways that it goes with being a hairstylist. Customer behaviors. No, so what made me choose the post office was that doing hair was really great at times and then really crappy at times. Because of being my own boss type of thing, if a customer wasn't happy with their hair, it's up to me to fix it. There's nobody else to blame. So, you know, it's giving them free color, a free haircut, or multiple free haircuts until we get their hair right, which cuts into your salary. And sadly, people will abuse that and try and just get free things by claiming that they don't like their hair. Also, people they wouldn't cancel, but they also just wouldn't show up for the appointment. So you would have on the books these appointments, and you'd know approximately what you were going to make from these appointments, and then all of a sudden they cancel. So that's just money that you've lost. And if they don't tell you that they're canceling, they just don't show up, you can't even fill that slot. So now it's just lost money. There's no way to even try and recoup that money. It's also a thing where people are either going to... you could have a day where you're super busy and you're making lots of money, or you could have a dead day where you paid to be there all day because you're renting that spot. So you stood around all day, didn't have any customers, and you paid money to be there and stand around. So it was an up and down thing. You never quite knew. You could not plan for anything because you didn't know how much you were going to make at the end of the day, the month, the, year. It was tough to determine that. As far as vacations, if I say took a week off or 2 weeks off, well, I still have to pay rent on my chair back at the salon that's now sitting empty. So now I'm paying for an empty chair and spending money. So I'm not making money, I'm losing money in 2 different areas. Losing money on my vacation that I'm spending it on, and losing money for a chair that's lying empty that I'm spending on. Can't do that. Good luck finding someone that's gonna rent the chair for a week or something, Dreidel. It's a nice thought, but it doesn't work in real life. So I pretty much never took vacations. Also, at the end of the day, I try and have an 8-hour day or whatever, or a 10-hour day, and then someone would inevitably come in at the end of the day knowing when closing time is, and, oh, I've got this, I've been working, I haven't been able to get in, can you just get me in for, this hair appointment type of thing? And you sit there and you think, okay, well, I can go home right now and enjoy, some dinner and relax, or I could make some money. And so I would choose money, and I would just work myself to the bone, because take the money while you can get it. Hey, come on! Welcome to the stream! It's not a rant, Cobalt. It is, I am being questioned on my jobs. Right now we're talking about my hairstyling job that I had for 10 years. And why I left the hairstyling for the post office. So I was giving some background on, I loved doing hair. I loved making people happy. It was definitely a great job, a very creative, fun, got to touch and change lives. I did wedding hair, which was phenomenal. In general, of course, you'd have some bridezillas or bridesmaidzillas. But in general, it was a wonderful experience, and you get to be a part of a woman's, the best day of her entire life. And the hair, there's, after being a hairstylist, I learned that there are 3 things, if you're having a wedding, 3 things that you want to spend money on. 1 is the DJ, 2 is the photographer, and 3 would be the hairstylist. Because a good DJ can take a crappy situation, play the right song, and good hair versus bad hair. If your hair isn't right, for ladies mostly, even a good photographer can't fix that hair. You got a crappy dress, good photographer can take it at the right angle, in the right lighting, and make it look good. A good photographer still can't fix bad hair. That's just not gonna go. So the 3 things that you want to spend on would be the good DJ, good photographer, and the hairstylist. So good food is definitely a good one, but like if you're on a budget and you're only able to spend, you want your top 3. Those are going to be the top 3. Second, because you dropped off. So DJ, photographer, and hairstylist. They can Photoshop, but they can only Photoshop so much. I am a licensed hairstylist, yes, Cobalt, and I went to a Paul Mitchell Academy, is where I was trained. So I trained at a Paul Mitchell Academy, and I actually worked with Paul Mitchell's son, and did runway shows with Paul Mitchell's son. Drunk uncles leave early. Yes! There's that. Why would you want a photographer? To have the memories of the most important day of your life? Yes, I am. I'm actually a licensed cosmetologist, not just hairstylist. I'm a cosmetologist, which covers a lot more. It covers things like manicures, pedicures, basic facials, waxing, things like that. And it's not just barbering, it is, you know, perming and coloring and all of those things. No, not at all. Not at all, Mufasa. I'm happy to answer the questions. Honestly, it's better than playing a video game. As I said, I needed kind of a mindless night, so answering questions and just chatting is it is a good way to continue to stream and see and hang with you guys without having to do too much thinking. These questions are at least things that, you know, I know and can just, you know, rant off, but not rant. So, yes, so we're getting to how it ended up being with the post office. So, as I said, the money, it could be really good or it could be really bad. So you could have days where you made a phenomenal amount. I had days where I would make like in one day I would make a month's worth of my current salary in one day at times. But you would work your butt off for that, and as I said, I never took vacations. I would work incredibly long hours. I didn't have health insurance, vision, dental, any of that kind of stuff. No retirement. And so having a steady paycheck where I knew at the end of the month, the end of the year, whatever, what I was going to be making. And so I could do things like buy a car and put money aside for rainy day or emergency or things like that I couldn't do with hairstyling. So yeah, pretty much 10 years and no vacation. Yeah, I pretty much did not take any vacations. I would work all of the weekends pretty much because that's when people didn't work, so they would want to come in on the weekends. So I didn't really see my family or friends. I'd hang out, you know, after work type of thing if I decided to actually get off early enough, and oftentimes I would break plans with people because I wanted to make that extra money for that person that came in at the end of the day. So having a government job, which was is a pretty darn secure job, having retirement, having benefits, having paid vacations. So when I go on vacation, I actually am making money. So I could sit there on vacation and still make money. Having the paid holidays, all of those things it was very, very alluring, and so that's why I finally decided to make the switch. Stuff isn't included. No. So basically, Cobalt, if you're a cosmetologist, you're either A, going to work for, you know, one of the chains like a Supercuts, Master Cuts, whatever type of thing place, and those are going to be hourly jobs and they pay basically minimum wage. So you went to all that schooling, got, you know, a degree in and a license in cosmetology to make a minimum wage job. I mean, doesn't really work out. It's a terrible way to go. But the other alternative is you go and you work at another salon. Most salons, all they're going to do is either A, rent you a chair, and then you are an independent contractor that is just renting space in their place. Or instead of that rental, they will do a percentage where they take a percentage of your sales, which again, you're going to be an independent contractor that is, instead of paying rent, they're taking a percentage. But you have to be bringing in a certain amount for them to then keep you. But none of those pretty much pay any of that type of stuff. Some of the chain stores will do some of they might do some benefits or things like that, but they're not usually very good. And as I said, you're getting minimum wage for those types of things. And so yeah, it's not a job that you really want to stay in. As far as the ones that do offer the benefits, because you're making, and there's not usually any way to grow from that. It's not like, oh, well, if you continue to do better, then your pay will increase. No, they usually have a pretty set amount, and that's kind of it. So basically loaning you that workspace. Yes. So that's how it typically goes. Yeah, most of your hairstylists, they're usually independent contractors. So they are in charge of all their own stuff. 24/7, not quite 24/7 there, Mufasa. Is PTO the same as vacation? So PTO works a little differently. I don't entirely understand PTO because I've never had that. Max would be a better person to ask about that because Max has PTO. 10 years, that's the case. So as I said, it was a good job. I loved it. Having a bride and knowing that you have made the best day of their life that much better. When they look in the mirror, they see their hair, you see the look on their face as to just how overjoyed they are with how they look and how much that can impact how they feel throughout the day. As you know, you made them look like a princess, they feel like a princess, so they're gonna walk around with that confidence there, and knowing that you had a hand in that feeling is incredible. Money can't buy that feeling. So I loved those aspects of it. And you know, I would also get, say, a girl whose boyfriend cheated on her or who dumped her or something like that, and so she wants to make a change, and I could give her a hairstyle that makes her feel like $1 million and changes her from feeling down in the dumps and like trash that he made her feel like. Now all of a sudden she feels hot, she feels sexy, she feels empowered, and so she gets to now go out and feeling good. And you've taken somebody that was in a bad way and put them into a good way. I also had I donated my time to a thing called Queen for a Day, where a local Christian charity would bring in women from the homeless shelters in the area, and I would do hair, and others, we would volunteer to do their hair. They had people there to do their nails, their makeup, people donated clothes, and basically these were homeless women that you made look good. So for, you know, at least for the day, they didn't feel homeless, they looked and felt good. And then this charity had scheduled for them to go out on job interviews the next day. So you made them feel like a queen for a day, which is what it was called, and really lifted their spirits, and then they went out on job interviews with that new feeling there. And I got to see people's lives changed because of that. And including a girl I saw get a modeling contract on the spot, from homeless to having a modeling contract. So, and another one that ended up working for the charity. The charity hired her on. So, getting to do things like that and touch and change lives kept me in that industry for as long as it did, as well as it was good money at times. So, that's why I stuck with that job for so long, and I really did love the job. So too bad. Yeah, and that would be a whole different thing. You know, it is something that nowadays you could do. You could have cameras set up that are filming you as you're doing it, but it would be something you would have to advertise, and they would have to sign a waiver and things like that, that they, you know, agreed to being filmed for it. And so it would put a whole different aspect into it for streaming that type of thing. You're running your own business or a contractor for a salon. So you're an independent contractor. So it was my own business, and I did have my own name there as you know, as far as the salon was called. I had it, you know, that when you got charged, your bill would say my salon's official name type of thing. But I was renting space in another salon. So basically it was in, you're a salon within a salon, essentially. So you're renting space within that salon. Did you have to do I did. I had to do all my own advertising and answer my own phone calls. So you have to stop in the middle of doing hair to answer the phone and messages and things like that. A lot of it was word of mouth. The salons themselves that you were working in, they too would have like a receptionist, and so sometimes they would book for you. But some of them charged you for use of the receptionist, and they would take a portion of that business because technically they got it for you, and it was a whole different set of rules for some of those things. Some of them just had it as part of it that, you know, they wanted to keep their salon name out there, and so having you there helped keep their salon going. But yeah, it's a whole different beast over there in the salon world. Random but similar. My brother graduated from massage therapy school, and for him to use one of the rooms at this massage place cost him like $700 a month. Yeah, that sounds about right. I was paying $1,500 a month for one of my chairs, and that's just for like a chair with, you know, the mirror and the little desk type thing, cabinets that, you know, you store your supplies in. As far as like, and places to put like my shampoo, use of their little kind of shampoo area, places to store my color, but I had to pay for all of my own color and stuff. So, but yeah, I paid like $1,500 a month for that chair. Born leader. Oh, well, thank you very much, Mufasa. I appreciate that. So they did have water and sinks, but they weren't yours per se. You just got use of them. So you could put your shampoo and stuff there, but each salon had different things on that. Some of them would say, well, this is your shampoo area. You get this one chair, and, you know, things like that. So it fluctuated. That was part of the problem, Cobalt. I paid $1,500 a month. There were times where I would make $3,000 in a day. And then there were other times where I would go a week without making anything. So it just kind of depended. It ebbed and flowed. There were times where things were busy and go like gangbusters, and there were times where it was dead. So that was part of the problem, was you didn't know what you were going to make at any point in time. It was constantly fluctuation, and you might have people on the books thinking, okay, you know, here's a $300 color, here's, you know, a $50 haircut, here's this, and you look at your book, and it looks like you're going to have a $500 day, and then 3 of those people don't show up. And now you made $100 that day, and then sat around. So it was definitely, it was rough in that aspect. So there were days that, as I said, it was phenomenal. I had days where I made $3,000 in the day, but it was not always the case. So, and you didn't know what it was. And I did have days where I would days without any customers at all, and you know, then you might go walk the streets and, you know, hand your business card out to local businesses and try and drum up business that way, that is not an easy thing to do, to walk around and, you know, just random people trying to hand out your business card to try and drum up business that way. They call it like cold calling type of thing. It's not an easy thing to do, but sometimes that's what you had to do. And while you're out there on the street doing that, if somebody walks in looking for you and wanting to get a haircut, you're not there, so you'll miss out on that business as well. So yeah, 3K days would be like during prom time, stuff like that. So some of those, yes, prom hair was definitely expensive, as well as weddings would be big days like that. Those would definitely be some of those big days, Cobalt. And then some were just because you had a bunch of colors in one day. Several people that wanted colors. Colors are expensive because it costs for color and it takes a long time to do. So it could definitely have been stressful at times. That is for sure. Thankfully, I am somebody that can handle stress very well, so I could handle that pressure. Maybe it's Maybelline. Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline. Is there a reason you were high like spring season where there's more weddings and proms? Yeah, so it definitely, times of year made a big difference. Wedding season, I definitely made a lot more during that time of year, and I marketed myself as a wedding specialist. That wedding hair was one of my specialties, and it was. I did some crazy wedding hair. I did hair for a $3 million wedding. I think it was the father of the bride owns the Minnesota Twins. I did hair, so I did hair for the bride for that wedding. She was actually amazing. They were very chill, very relaxed. Like, I expected, since they were wealthy, that it might be more stressful, but because they were wealthy, they're used to paying someone for a job and having it done. So basically, they told you what they wanted, and then that was it. They expected you to just do it. They didn't micromanage. They didn't sit there and hem-haw. It was like, okay, you're the artist. I'm paying you for, your talent. Go ahead and do it. So they were very cool. Very cool. Really enjoyed working with them. Generic or something. So it was, as far as everything was what people wanted. So I had like photos, I had books of haircuts and things like that people could look through to see, and pick and choose kind of what they wanted. Or they might bring in a picture and say, this is what I want. Weddings were oftentimes, it was a lot of times the bride had an idea in their head of what they were looking for, and so they would bring some ideas of what they wanted and show you, here's this, here's that, this is kind of what I want. And you would just then, sometimes you'd have to tell them, I'm sorry, your hair won't do that. There's no way to make that work. Other times you could make it work and say, well, we can't quite do that, but here's what we can do, and try and do something that's like what they want without actually being what they want, because they can't do what they want, and try and get it as close to what they want as possible. Sometimes they were happy. Sometimes you had to pivot and then change it around and say, okay, let's go in this direction. Losing heritage. I'm with you there, Mofasa. I'm with you. Oh, how do I handle stress was the question, not generic. So it is just part of who I am as far as stress. Some people are able to handle pressure better than others. And I think some of my life experiences have helped shape me and mold me into the person that I am. Which is one of those things that I know there's all the anti-bullying campaigns out there, but I was bullied as a child, and it helped shape me into who I am. Because of being bullied, I tend to notice when people are bullied. You know, they have a different demeanor that you can see people and tell that this person is struggling, whereas most people don't notice those types of things. So, while I don't think bullying is a good thing, at the same time, it can, like everything, it can be something that turns you either better or worse. You can either use it and rise above, and it can be something that becomes a strength, or it can knock you down. There are people, sadly, that have unalived themselves because of it. They, you know, it couldn't handle it and it broke them and things like that. So definitely don't believe bullying is a good thing, but at the same time, it is something that helped me in my life. I was bullied and I turned it for good, and I believe that it definitely is part of what made me who I am. I have a lot more compassion for people because of what I experienced and knowing what others may be experiencing. Even if they're not, I tend to think a lot more about, okay, this person is reacting this way. What might they have going on in their life? Why are they lashing out? It makes me a lot more understanding and have a lot more patience and things like that. So all of those kinds of things are, I think a lot of it came from the way my life went. Gorilla mask. I don't have a gorilla mask. Be so nervous cutting. At first, it definitely was, Dreidel. It definitely was. You know, some women find bald very sexy. It is, yes, that would definitely be a true fact there, Mufasa. When you're experiencing a hard time, remember, you have already come through 100% of your hardest times. The hardest times you have experienced, you've already come through them, and you're still here. Those are things to look back on when you're having a hard time, and look back and say, I have already overcome so many obstacles. There's no reason to believe I can't get through this one too. But yeah, so like Howie Mandel, once he shaved his head, women find him far more attractive and sexy now that he's bald. Stanley Tucci, weird looking dude, but women like him with the bald head. It is the whole bald is beautiful thing, it's a lot of women do find that very attractive. Look at The Rock with hair. Look at Vin Diesel with hair. Those are just, they look much better bald. So it is, it used to be that, you know, balding was it was something that, oh no, I'm balding and things like that. But it is far more widely accepted now. Jason Statham, exactly. So bald can definitely be beautiful. So it is not something to necessarily, that was a good one there, Cobalt. It's not something to necessarily go and feel bad about. But then you have people like LeBron James, who paid a lot of money to make his hair reappear. Look at older pictures of LeBron and you'll see he was balding. And he's got some very different hair now. The guy from the Avengers. Who's bald in the Avengers? I can't picture who you're talking about. Try to get all the stones. Oh, Josh Brolin. I don't remember if he was bald in that, but he's in a lot of movies, and he has hair in some, but yeah, he didn't look bad. That's for sure. But yeah, so it's definitely not not something to shy away from or to be self-conscious about. You have a golden heart. You definitely do have a golden heart there, Mufasa. And yes, a lot of times it is from those life experiences and getting through them. Thor was not bald. Thor was definitely not bald. Those luscious locks. But yeah, so it's being a hairstylist was definitely a very fun part of my life, and it was definitely a very stressful part as well. There was a lot of stress there, a lot to overcome. But yeah, it was a fun part of my life and something that very memorable. I also did runway hair, so I worked with models on the runway. Very fun. Definitely enjoyed working with models. And Thor's got that Maybelline hair. He definitely does, Cobalt. 100%. But yeah, so working with models was that was fun, especially because a lot of times because of the costume changes and stuff like that, or the costumes they're gonna have to put on, they're not able to you're not able to do their hair with those fancy costumes on, so you're doing their hair in their underwear or things like that. And yeah, it's fun. It's a lot of fun. So always remain professional. Always remain professional, but you definitely peak. I'm a guy. You're gonna peak. It's gonna happen. But they're comfortable with you as you're comfortable with them. I did hair for a bride while she's on the toilet. That's part of the job. We had to get it done. She had to go, so she's got like 3 girls that are like holding up her dress to get her situated on the toilet, and I'm having to continue doing her hair because we got a deadline to meet. So there are some crazy experiences. I did hair in a bathtub because there was no other place to do it. And so we're having the bride sit in a bathtub so that we could have her low enough to be able to work her hair. And yeah, I've done all kinds. I have done all kinds. How long you can be on the line for? Gotta run to the store real quick. I should be online for a bit longer. I'm not entirely sure, but go for it, Dreidel. Run to the store. Get what you need. It was Mufasa, but we press on. It is it was part of the job, and you just did the job. You got your job done. I had doing pedicures where you wash the feet, you have them in the soaking in the tub, you do like a leg massage and a foot massage, you file and buff their nails and paint their toenails and stuff like that. Did that. I had women that were commando. So you're sitting here holding their foot up, and there they are in all their glory. And I mean, there were definite perks to the job, and there were definitely some things that you're like, whoa, I did not need to see that. So that was it was always an adventure. It was always an adventure. You do it while couple? No. Definitely not. That was, but definitely continued doing hair while, a husband came and, kissed his future bride there, not all of them do the whole "you can't see me before the wedding" thing. Some of them, the husband's in there and he's chit-chatting and, you know, "I'm gonna go get us some coffee," and then, you know, nice long kiss as you're sitting there working and stuff. But that would be the extent of that. I had a bride that I was working on the bridesmaid's hair, and the bride was going to be getting into her dress, and of course the bridesmaid wants to see her get into her dress, so we have to turn the chair so that, you know, my bridesmaid can now face the bride as she's getting into the dress. And this bride wanted to do something special for her husband to be here, and so she was commando under the dress. So I'm now here doing this bridesmaid's hair, and there's a bride standing completely naked as they then put the dress on her. And you just keep going. You just keep doing your job. Yeah. Like, oh, well, there's that. Let's continue getting your hair done. And you just focus back on what you're doing and keep moving. Get your job done. Did work at an autism center. Say one day kiddo should start. Oh, that's rough. That is rough. Definitely that's not fun. You and me both, Cobalt. You and me both. I would love to find that myself. That would be a nice find there, buddy. I wish I could. But yeah, so it was definitely, as I said, so that's why it wasn't necessarily a rant that you came in on, Cobalt, but portions of it definitely were, because the job had its moments for sure, but it also had some phenomenal moments. I got to be on stage with Paul Mitchell's son, and that was pretty cool in front of thousands of people. That was a pretty neat experience there. Being a man ever hold you back? You're barring it all. Is he? God, you can't. No, I pretty much. I mean, you get used to it. It's part of the job. So you see it and you move on. You might peak, you know, because it's human nature. I'm a guy. It's gonna happen. But in general, you're a professional. You've got a job to do. You got to focus on your job. If you're looking at that, then you can't focus. But I definitely did have times where they wanted to say, get the bride into the dress or whatever, and they want you to leave the room. Okay, well, we'll leave the room. You guys go ahead, do what you got to do. So there were times they wanted privacy and times they didn't care. Most of the time we were doing hair in the bathroom because that was where the best lighting was and where the mirror was so that you could see the angles and stuff, which meant that a lot of people needed to use the bathroom. So you had a lot of times where people are coming in and using the bathroom while you're working. It was just part of the job. And the more you experience it, the more you just kind of get used to it. First time it happens, you're like, whoa! And then afterwards, it's kind of like, it's part of the job. So as I said, I was trained at a Paul Mitchell school. And so Paul Mitchell did, there was a big hair show that went on every year. And Paul Mitchell would do a performance. Paul Mitchell, the company, not Paul Mitchell, the man. Paul Mitchell, the man, passed away. The company is actually owned by two people, Paul Mitchell, the man, and John Paul DeJoria. And they actually took the Mitchell from Paul Mitchell and the Paul from John Paul DeJoria, and that's where they came up with Paul Mitchell. So while there was a man named Paul Mitchell, the name actually came from the combination of their two names. Paul Mitchell passed away. His son became took over his portion of the company. But John Paul was kind of the head of it while Paul Mitchell's son was growing up and things like that. And so he was kind of the main face that you saw for a lot of years. of Paul Mitchell. But so the company would put on a portion, they would do their own little kind of show at this hair show, and they would do, they would bring some of their top stylists in to do fun runway hair and just kind of show off some of the cool things. Like we would use their new color line and show some of the things you could do with color that people don't necessarily see in their everyday life. So it gave hairstylists that were at this show some ideas of ways to step out of the box and do things that were different. And so Paul Mitchell's son was going to be there at the show and came to the school and said that, you know, to introduce himself and things like that, and said he wanted like 3 people from the school to come and be assistants on stage that would then get to experience, you know, a little one-on-one training with him and get to be part of it. And I wrote a kick-ass essay that won me one of those spots. The fact that to get through beauty school, I was living in the back of my van and doing what it took to get through school. Definitely had a hand in that, and showing, hey, people will say, oh, you know, yeah, I can't do that. I don't have the time. You know, I don't have the training. I can't make this work. Well, here I was living in the back of a van to make sure that I could get through and show, hey, if you want it, you're going to make it happen. You're going to do what it takes. So it really impressed him. And so I got to be one of the people that worked with him there on stage. And I actually ended up on stage and backstage helping him with prepping and stuff like that. Impressed him to the level where he invited me back to continue to be a part of his team. And they flew me to Vegas twice or 3 times. 3 times they flew me to Vegas to help them with their big show in Vegas. So that was a pretty cool experience to get to be a part of that amazing team and work with all of these. They were very some of the top platform artists, they called them. And so they're people like one of them did like Jennifer Love Hewitt's hair and Miley Cyrus, and just like a ton. The amount of celebrities she had as her regular clients was incredible. There was one guy, he charged $700 for a haircut. $700 for a haircut. That's, people paid it. Mostly for him, they paid it as a status symbol to say, hey, you had one of his haircuts. And so they, I worked with these people, and I helped them with their stylings and things like that. I helped their models get ready. I helped with some of their models' looks. So yeah, I got some massive experience that way. Got to be calling it a night. Have a good rest of your stream. Thank you so much for showing up and hanging out, Cobalt. So good to see you, my friend. It's always a pleasure. I hope you have a great night, and we will see you later. Hopefully Wednesday I'll have I'll be more rested, and we'll get some Assassin's Creed in and have some more fun. But yeah, so I got to meet Madonna's hairstylist. I don't know if it still is, but at the time was Madonna's hairstylist. And Madonna would literally fly her out wherever Madonna was. Madonna would say, hey, I need you to do my hair, and just book a private flight to bring that person to her wherever she was. The lady would do her hair. Madonna would give her per diem, which is basically just free money, free spending money, as well as a big tip. Pay her an exorbitant amount of money for the hair, and then said, you know, here's my personal jet. It'll take you wherever you want to go after it was done. So put her up in a 5-star hotel as well for that period of time. So fly her out, put her in a hotel, give her spending money so that she could get dinner or whatever, which I think pretty sure she usually provided dinner and stuff like that for her anyway, but gave her spending money, paid her a lot, tipped her well, and then said, my personal jet will take you wherever you want to go, so that you could just fly home, or if you want to fly somewhere else, it'll take you. So I got to meet and work with that person, and yeah, it was some fun and crazy times. High pressure environment to work with celebrities during Vegas. You know, it was about the same. It was definitely a different experience there in Vegas because that was a big show. So you had a lot more deadlines and a lot of work to do in a short amount of time that you had to get done. So it was definitely pretty crazy. The closest I ever got to working with a celebrity was I did do hair for Miley Cyrus's choreographer. I did her hair, which was pretty cool. They actually, Paul Mitchell hired her choreographer to do some choreography for one of their shows. So that's how I got to meet her. And she was, you know, training these girls to do, you know, all the models to do this, that, and the other. And so they're working in the same room oftentimes that we are, or I'm having to go into the room to grab one of the models because I need this model at this time and stuff like that. I got to get them prepped and whatnot. So I got to meet her, and then I got to get a chit chat with her when we were on lunch breaks and things like that. And so after kind of everything was all said and done, she's like, would you be willing to do my hair? You know, I would love to. I'm like, absolutely. So I got to do her hair and make her feel really special and beautiful when she was working with all these models. That was a cool one. That would be closest I ever got to doing hair for the celebrity. So after school ended, that's then when I got, I actually got a job working at the island that I lived on and that Max still lives on. I went back to that island and I got a job at the most expensive and prestigious salon on that island. And I worked there for several years. I want to say like 3 years, 3 or 4 years I worked at that salon. But it was cutthroat and backstabbing, and the stylists there would laugh at to your face and, you know, act like they were your best friend, and then behind your back they're trying to steal your clients. So yeah, it was definitely an experience. I had rumors spread around me that I left. I stopped doing hair. I'd have clients that would come in on a day that I wasn't there, my day off or something, and they'd say, oh no, he doesn't do hair anymore. So that, here, let me, you know, I'll do your hair, so that they could try and steal my clients. I would see my customers in the store that, you know, I hadn't seen for a while, and they're like, oh, how you been? What are you doing now? And I'm like, hair? Like, oh, I was told you weren't doing that anymore. And yeah, I left that salon. It was definitely I needed to get out of there. I couldn't. And unfortunately, with some of those high-end salons, that's kind of how it goes. I left the situation. That's how I handled it. I told the people that, you know, no, that was just a rumor. That's not true. I'm still here. I'm still doing it. Yeah. So it's you know, it is what it is. There's not a lot you could do. But yeah, I got through. I pushed on. I did what I had to continue going. Moved salons, which I lost a lot of customers because they considered themselves, they liked the elite status of that salon, so they didn't want to leave the salon, even though they really liked what I did. So I did have to rebuild and redo. And then I ended up at one point, I moved off of that island and, you know, tried different areas for working. And so then again, you're in a whole different area, so it's all new people, so you have to rebuild your client base again. I had 2 different salons that I worked at that ended up going under new management, and everything changed at the salons, so ended up having to leave those salons and rebuild again. Yeah, so there was a lot of adventures as a hairstylist. At a high salary place can suck. It can be. It can get very cutthroat in those situations. Can't imagine working at big companies. It's ironic. It's not stable as you think. And you just that's it. So you can make a lot more money in those places. Some of those places, it could be some phenomenal money. But then other times it is, it's cutthroat. And so you could end up losing your job on a whim because of the way the situation goes. You never quite know what's going to happen in those situations. They're usually not secure for sure, in those big corporate jobs. Sorry, I was refreshing some of my my lurks here. Let's see. Oh. Back and back. So yeah, the big corporate jobs are not necessarily always what they're cracked up to be. But sometimes they're definitely, they can be good. I mean, that's my job. It's definitely not as high paying as it could be, but or as high paying as some of the jobs out there. But it is, I love the job security that I have. I love the people that I work with. I love being the boss and being able to make a difference. Go and help out like I did at this other office. And they probably would have been okay without me there because it's a great team over there. But me being there made it 1,000 times better on them. And I was able to, you know, make it so that hard times were easier and we could all kind of get together and chit-chat and laugh about certain things. So I have the opportunity to help people that are having issues, whether it's, you know, with mailing or say they lost a loved one and they're now needing to send ashes to wherever, helping them with that situation and making it a little easier that a hard situation by, you know, just being understanding and caring and compassionate and helping them get through that. Sometimes, while we officially aren't going to package it for them, I can certainly help them out and try and make it as easy on them as possible. Officially, we don't do any of the packaging because it's a liability situation where if something came open and we packaged it, it's our fault. So we don't officially do any of that. But you know, there's going to be times where you're going to help. You're going to reach out and, you know, do what it takes to make this customer happy. So I have tapes, audiovisual activist, digital archivist. Oh, that's cool. Tapes from 1950s, 2010s. Many history, story, figures, countries, and languages. That's very cool there, Mufasa. That's very cool. I definitely was not around in the 1950s or 60s or 70s. But I did have some memorabilia from that time. I owned a record player back in the day. So that's definitely a cool form of media there to have access to and to have a collection of. That's pretty cool. Been in the backstage, Fox local station. You get to see live news. That's really cool. That is really cool, Mufasa. Actually, my buddy who I had dinner and drinks with, he is friends with one of the Fox News reporters. A big recognizable name that will not go mentioned, but it was pretty cool. And he showed me like senators and congressmen, and he knows all kinds of people. He knows all kinds of people, and he has worked with celebrities, done a lot of like music in the music industry. He's worked with a lot of musicians and things like that, which is pretty darn cool. That was among the things we talked about there. And he was really impressed. I showed him pictures of my setup here, my audio, and he was like, "Oh my gosh, you have it's a Behringer. It's one of my amplifiers." And he was like, "You've got, oh my gosh," and my soundboard here, he's like, that's like what recording artists have in their studio. You've got literal studio equipment as part of your stream setup. And he was really, he thought it was really cool. He was pretty blown away. And I thought that was pretty cool to get that kind of compliment from someone that's worked in that industry. So that was definitely one of the fun things we talked about and enjoyed as far as company is concerned. Fun times there, but definitely not a lot of sleep during that time. Ugh. Not a lot of sleep, but you work at museums and such. Very cool, dude. Very cool. Also, things in my cap. I helped found and ran a nonprofit for I think it was 2 years. I did. It was a nonprofit youth center. So that was another thing that I helped found it. I got the 501c3, which is what makes you a tax deductible nonprofit, a actual charitable organization where people that donate can get a tax deduction for it. So I went through all the process of making all of that happen. I wrote for grants and things like that. So I've done that as well as one of those things. You mean for the charity? That was all part of what I had to figure out. So I got a place that talked to the it wasn't the owner, it was the manager of the building, who talked to the owner, and basically we got a thing where we would do work on the building because the building needed some repairs, and so we would put the work into the building to help get it ready. And so I knocked out walls, I hung drywall, I helped do some plumbing and some wiring, and hung lights and painted and all of that kind of stuff. And then that was in the beginning onset, and then once we got it going, there was a thing that we got we only had to pay a portion of the rent because the owner would do the other portion as a charitable donation. So it wasn't rent free, but it was a lower rent situation, and worked all of that out between the owner and the manager, and got that going. So theoretically, yes. Not something I want to do, but yes, I've done that kind of stuff, and I'm definitely very good at fixing things. It has definitely helped me with wiring all my sound system and my monitors and lighting and all of that stuff that I have here. But yeah, and then as far as the nonprofit, you're able to, as a nonprofit, you can collect, you can collect membership dues. Is one of the things that you can set up, is that there's membership dues, and you can collect that as a thing to help with the funds. And there has to be, it's been a while since I've done it, but there were certain requirements of, like, you had to have so many memberships that could still be given away for free or have a free option, and there were a lot of things that hoops you had to jump through, and things you had to know to be able to do these things. But so we had members, and so the members helped to keep the lights on and the rent and things like that. And I was working on trying to get grant money and donations and things like that. I did get some donations. There was a thrift store that was also a nonprofit charity that I worked out with, that they would donate any of the items that we needed to our nonprofit, and it would then become a tax write-off for them that they donated these items. So it was, we helped each other on that. Have a partner or something like that. You know, I've not found the right woman. I would definitely love to have a partner that could do these kinds of crazy things with me, but I have not found her yet. Barry Fuego, welcome to the stream. Oh, we back. And there's no atrocious mic quality anymore. Yes, we are back to our quality studio mic here. And my amazing full board mixer here. We're back. We're no longer doing the mobile stream, but I honestly was stoked that I was able to do that mobile stream. Obviously, I'll have to try and do some more tweaking now that I've done it. I can hopefully do duplicate it here at home and try and have, you know, some test streams where I can use the mic and try and tweak things so that it'll be ready and better next time. But this was my first time doing it, and I wasn't even sure I could. So I'm glad we could. But yeah, it was definitely it was basic. It was basic. How are you doing, Barry Fuego? Thank you, Mufasa. I like to think so. I think I'm a catch. I mean, I'm funny, and not just funny looking. I mean, that's occasionally, at least, I'm funny. I have a big heart. I'm a hopeless romantic. I definitely love to be romantic. And oh yeah, I've tried tons. I was on dating sites forever. I've tried going out to, you know, clubs. I even did one of those dating clubs where they, you know, claim that, you know, they will help you find a match, and they'll put on these events for you to meet people, a singles meeting thing. I've done singles nights. I've done all kinds of things. Just okay, Fuego? She don't love Jaws. It's a deal breaker. And Star Wars. If she doesn't love Star Wars, definitely things aren't going to work out. It's not going to work. I'm sorry. It won't. Nothing has ever panned out there, Mufasa. I have just not found that right girl. I've done some dating. I've had some girls that, you know, went with for a while, but nothing has ever quite panned out for me. And they've pretty much always left me, which is the rough thing. And usually they, you know, asked what I did wrong, how could I be better, and 9 times out of 10 they've said, you were perfect, just not for me. Like, thanks. That's just wonderful. I do have somewhat high standards. As I said, I believe that I'm a catch. I know what I bring to the table, and so I'm happy with being single. I'm happy with my life. So it has to be someone that is going to add to my life, somebody that is going to bring some more meaning to my life, somebody that I can have those adventures with and things like that. It's not, I don't need somebody in my life. I would love to have it, but I'm happy with who I am and where I am. So if she's not bringing something to the table, then, you know, then she's not for me. Definitely want somebody that is going to be, have a big heart like I do, and that, you know, compassion and things like that. Once upon a time, it was definitely a big deal for kids. Now that I'm older in life, I don't know that kids are ever going to happen for me, but it's a possibility. I have dated women with kids, so that whole thing of I've crossed the bridge where, you know, it was a thing of if we got married, I would have adopted her kids as my own type of thing. Looks wise, I'm not shallow. Obviously, I'm gonna want to be attracted to the person, but I'm pretty open to that. I'm not, obviously, I've got a little bit of a belly myself. I'm not like, oh, she needs to be skinny or anything like that. I've dated skinny girls. I've dated tall girls. I've dated heavy girls. I've dated all kinds. It's not working. Oh, hang on, Sir Alan. I'm sorry. Let me see here. Maybe it needs to be reconnected. I guess I've seen people do fish, and I didn't pay attention to whether or not it went through. And nobody said that it didn't work, so you're the first one to say it's not working. All right, try it now, Sir Alan. I am squishy. I'm fluffy. I'm fluffy. I'm a big teddy bear. So, but yeah, I dated a girl that it seemed like she had kids, and we were really hitting it off. It seemed like it would go well. We seemed to be doing really well together and enjoying the time. I loved her kids. They loved me. But that was at the time I was in beauty school, and me working with models and women every day and things like that. She, because her ex cheated on her, she couldn't get over thinking that, you know, oh, you're working with these models, you know, that I was gonna have an affair or something like that, and I was gonna run off with a model. And I am very much a one-woman person. If I'm with you, that's who I'm with. I'm very faithful, at times to a fault, and so that it wasn't even a possibility. It wasn't even a thought in my mind, but it ate away at her, and we fought all the time about it, and she eventually left me because of it. So that's how it goes sometimes. But yeah, so I've definitely tried. I have dated all kinds, and I try not to. So she was that particular one, she was a divorcee with kids, and at the time we started dating, she was pregnant. So, I mean, I definitely, I try not to judge people, and while I do have high standards, at the same time, I'm also going to go off of the person and not necessarily their situation, but see what they could be and not what they necessarily are. So, yeah, it's definitely kind of, it is what it is. It is what it is. Let's try FISH since Sir Alan left and didn't actually try it. Is it working now? Looks like it is. How do I handle rejection? Well, not usually very good. I mean, there can be tears and some depression, and it can be rough at times. But I've had a lot of it. I kept trying though. I have not given up hope altogether, but definitely as I have gotten older, it has definitely become more, I've become more comfortable with being single, and more of a thing of, I don't need it. So if it's gonna happen, it's gonna have to be someone that is definitely gonna bring something to my life and add to my life more than just their presence. So the last person I dated, we only ended up going out on one date, and we were gonna have a second date, but we got in one small argument, and that was it for her. So she clearly did not have any staying power. That's how it goes. I'm glad that I found out then rather than later, before I put more of my heart into it. But it is what it is. It's the most reassuring thing being single. I mean, I get to do what I want. My money is mine. I don't have to worry about spending it on dinner or gifts or, you know, planning a date. I get to, if I want to go out to a football game with Max, I get to do it. I don't have to worry about clearing it with her or her schedule, or well, that's the day that she has off, so that's going to be the only day, or she has the next day off, so that's going to be the only night we could do a date night type of thing if we wanted to go out to a club or something, and then make the choice of, do I go out with Max to the football game, or do I go out with this woman that I'm dating so that we can go go out dancing or something? I don't have to do any of those kinds of things. I get to make all of my own decisions. Even streaming, it would be a thing of, do I stream or do I go out on a date? It could be depending on her schedule of, canceling a stream to go out on a date or things like that. So I like definitely the freedom that I have. Strong, independent woman don't need no... That's right, Barry Fuego. That's right. Strong, independent woman. I don't need no man. Then having doubts. Leads being alienated. Okay with that. It sucks, but at least pain hurts now. Yeah, and I mean, I am very much I would rather put myself out there and know than always wonder. I don't want to live with regret, so I have definitely asked some women that I stood probably in their minds absolutely no chance with, but again, I think I'm a catch, so you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So I took shots on some of those, and they definitely did not always work out. There is a girl, she no longer streams, but she was a streamer, and I took a shot with her, and she's gorgeous. So she would definitely be one that a lot of people would probably consider out of my league, but you gotta take the shot, and if you don't, then you're gonna always wonder what would have happened if I did. So I am one of those people that I have taken some shots that were definitely big misses, but yeah, that's what it is. So she didn't officially reject me, but at the same time, she kind of just played it off like it didn't happen, so that there wasn't rejection, and we could still remain friends and continue on as if it never happened, type of thing. So it wasn't an official rejection, but at the same time, it wasn't a let's date. So and we do still remain friends, and we still talk all the time. She, as I said, she doesn't stream anymore. But I used to hang out in her streams all the time, would raid her frequently. She still pops by my streams here occasionally and says hi. No, it was because it was enough that I knew, okay, this is, her way of basically saying no without actually saying no. Again, we had been friends for a while, as being mutual streamers and talking. During that time, we were talking every single day. So we very much got to know each other, and so I learned her mannerisms, I learned how she works, and so she didn't have to say it for me to understand what she was saying. Years ago, yes, that would be Mufasa. So, and she still pops around. Oh, thank you, Sir Alan. I had planned to possibly, but yeah, obviously that didn't happen. I should change it on Kick as well. I appreciate that, Sir Alan. Also, fishing should be working now, Sir Alan. There's not a just chatting on YouTube for whatever reason. I don't know. But yeah, so that's it is definitely, I would be happy if I could find someone, but at the same time, it's not necessarily something that I need, and something that I'm actively seeking anymore. I didn't remove my profiles from dating sites, but they're going to be very old, and I haven't used them in a very long time. So, it is, if it happens, it happens. It's not something I'm actively seeking, but it's also not something I'm completely closed off to. So we'll see. But yeah, so that's the dating life of Crew. The strong, independent woman that don't need no man. Yeah, the online dating definitely did not work for me. I did that for years and years, and I sent out thousands over the years. I messaged so many women, and because I was putting myself out there, and they were not generic, just, hey, what's up? Or, hey, you look cute, want to chat? I would actually read their profiles. I would, in my letter to them, I would comment about things in their profile, similar interests that we had, and things like that. And so I would show in my letters to them that, or messages to them, that I actually did read their profile, that I was looking at more than just their face, and that we had things in common. And I would say for maybe every 300 I sent out, I might get one response. And that was usually a rejection. But it would take literally sending out hundreds before you would even get a rejection. Somebody that would even say, oh, sorry, you know, I'm not interested, type of thing. Most of them would just completely ignore you. They wouldn't even have the decency to say, oh yeah, you took the time to actually respond to my profile, took the time to read it and send me this message. You know, I'm gonna at least let you down and say that I'm, you know, not interested. No, they just ignored. And I did date a few women from meeting that, and those things didn't work out for many different reasons. But different people, different places, and they had many different reasons. But it is what it is. But I did try it for many years. I even tried eHarmony, and I met a girl on eHarmony. And we dated for a bit. She lost her father during that time. He lost a battle to cancer, and so I got to be there with her and help her get through that hard time. But eventually she said I just wasn't what she was looking for, so it ended. But my annoyance, yeah, pretty much. End of the day, it's all about chance. Yeah, somewhat. yeah, there's something about like it's like 1 out of 100 as far as guys for like was it Tinder type of thing that, you know, for every 100 swipes they do, they get one girl that'll respond. There's some study on that where it's literally I believe it's like 1 out of 100 they actually will get. So all those things are pretty much geared toward the women. It is all geared for the women to make the picks and choices. And there was what was it? Was it Bumble that did it? The one that made it where women got to make the first move, and so they were the ones that made the choice type of thing, and it fell apart because women found it really tough to make that first move because it's not easy to make the first move, and then they got to experience rejection. When they were the ones making the first move, the guys then got to say, no. Thank you for that, Hydrate Day. So I think they still exist, but have now changed their business model so that it's no longer the girls have to pick type of thing. But they had this whole thing figured out that, you know, we were going to empower women and make it so they get to choose, which that's what they do on all the dating sites anyway. But it meant they had to make the first move, and they didn't like that. Dating day. We're talking about dating. Crew's sad dating life. Or lack thereof at this point. Dating sites we've kind of moved on to. We're just kind of talking and ranting and and that's they say men are shallow. I experienced that a whole lot, Mufasa, where they would say that they're tired of these men with all their shirts off and things like that. But guess what? If you weren't one of those men, you didn't have, six-pack in your profile pic, they didn't respond to you. So they would say they're tired of that, but that's who they would actually respond to. The fluffy guy, not so much. No. They don't respond to you. But it's definitely a double standard. It is definitely a double standard. But what can you do? You can be happy being single. You can enjoy who you are and where you're at, and just be you. I'm choosing second hubby. Aw, thank you, Day. I appreciate that. I love you, Day. Pyramid you go, more alone it gets. It's true. It is true. But yeah, so I have kind of run the gambit on options for dating. The one I haven't done was the whole, bar club scene and trying to, pick up women at bars or clubs. That's not my scene. I enjoy going out to a bar with some friends, and I might buy a cute girl a drink there, or try and dance with a cute girl, same thing at a club, but I'm definitely not going to try and pick up a date that way. Definitely not me. I have not been to a strip club. That is actually not one of the things on my bucket list, believe it or not. It's not something that's really ever interested me. Like, if I had some friends and they were all going out and that was just the thing we were going to do, I'd go along with it. But it's not something that's ever been like, ooh, I gotta go to the strip club. To me, it's just kind of like, why? What's the point? It's you're not going to get to go home with that girl. And if you do, you're going to be paying for, where a lot of other men have been, and also paid for. So that's I don't need to pay for that. Thanks, I'm good. Invited me there. You refused. See, I wouldn't necessarily refuse. And actually, I've had some female friends that wanted to go and wanted to take me, and I was definitely willing to go, but it just never ended up happening. But it's especially here in this state, I wouldn't want to go because there was a whole thing. They passed some laws. I don't know if they're still in effect, but they had a thing. There was no alcohol allowed. They had a thing that because of the danger or something like that, that you couldn't have the dimmed lights. So you're sober and you've got the bright light shining on these people, so you're seeing what they really look like, and you're sober. So these seem like terrible choices and terrible ways. I mean, like, the dim lights help hide things, and then being drunk helps hide things, and yeah. So it doesn't seem like a good time around here, but it is what it is. There are, however, bikini baristas around here. There's coffee stands that have women in, they're called bikini stands, but sometimes they're in lingerie, and sometimes they're just wearing pasties. I have been to some of those. Never when I just kind of went on my own. It has always been with somebody else that I was a passenger going to these things, but I've been to some of those. Seizure effects from the lights, no alcohol past 11 p.m. There you go. There you go, Tay. Yeah, so that's terrible things. Yeah, it was definitely a some people in power did not like that whole industry, so they sought to kind of destroy it, and kind of have in this state, which again, I'm not one to judge, so what people want to do, let them do. That's those two crews. No owner of one of those, and the girls are wows. Hey, you need to hook me up then there, Day. I've been to some good ones and I've been to some bad ones. I've been to some where I'm like, whoa, boy, and then I've been to some where like, hey. Some of those bikini stands are definitely nice, and some of them are not so nice. The adult industry serves a purpose. I mean, I think the adult industry is definitely, I think it's not a good thing, but I'm not here to judge. I think it gives men unrealistic expectations, and I think it can lead to a lot of bad things, but that's not my place. I believe in the whole free country and being letting people have free will. So if that's the job they want and that's the thing that the guys want to go and experience, then more power to them. I'm not going to judge, and it's a definitely not my industry, but been to the good ones. Got hit on there by a girl. Oh, nice Day. You need to hook a brother up here. Hook a brother up. Nice as woman, environment wise. So as in, like, I've been to some where the women were incredibly good looking and had some nice bodies, and I've been to some where the women were not that good looking, and some of those bodies did not want to see. And I've had some where they weren't necessarily good looking, but boy, they had a nice body. So, you know, it was, I've seen it all there in those kinds of things. And, it is, you know, it is what it is. It's, we're now talking, we've moved on here, Dreidel. We were talking about, dating, Crew's dating life, and then we were talking about the, Mufasa asked if I'd ever been to a strip club, which I have not. It's not that I won't go, it's just that it's not my thing. So if I had a group of friends that were all going, I'd tag along. It's not that I would say no, but it's not necessarily something I'm like, ooh, I want to go experience that. So, and then from there we moved on to, I said I had been to, around here we have bikini baristas. So they're coffee stands, and the your barista is in a bikini or sometimes a lot less, like lingerie or even just straight pasties. So, yeah, often wearing thongs, and oftentimes they don't have the price of the coffee listed. You just order it and they kind of tell you, here's the price. And so I think they make some money on that, and then you tip on top of that. So blame me for the change of subjects. I intend to drive the conversation. Well, they are covered. They're in enclosed areas. So, and often they have heaters and things like that day. So most of them anyway, the ones that I've been to, they're usually in areas, like I've been to girls in like the snow, been to them, that we drove by, and so they just kind of, they close the window so that they stay warm, and they have heaters on them, and then they just open it up so that they can get your order and things like that. Major cities trap. Can be. I mean, with the amount of clothing they're wearing there, Mufasa, you'd know if it was a trap. You can tell these are women. There is no place to hide on most of these. Why can't women show nips but men can? So in this state, it is actually illegal for anyone to show nips. So if guys want to be shirtless officially, they are technically supposed to have tape over their nipples in this state if they are going to be shirtless. Tons of guys do walk around shirtless, and the police don't usually enforce it, but officially in this state it is actually illegal to show nips. Period. Again, it's the people in power, Mufasa. That's, ones around you are double-sided. Well, there you go, Day. The ones I've been around are usually one-sided because of safety. It is tougher for them to, or easier for them to focus on just one side and have the safety of only having to deal with the one side. Places like Everett, Day. Which you would understand. Better things. It's true. It is true. But as far as on your thing, Dreidel, of why can't women show nips but men can, I am a big supporter of the Free the Nipple movement. There are women out there, they have the whole, they call it Free the Nipple, and it is a movement of women that are pushing to have it that, you know, if men can be shirtless, women should be able to be as well, and I fully support it. I get a lot of flack for it, like, oh, well, that's just because you're a man and you're a pig. No, typically the women that are pushing for it are not the women you want to see topless. So it is definitely not a thing of like, I just want to see the topless women. It is, if you're doing it, it is for everyone. Just like you get the men with like big old beer guts hanging out that walk around shirtless. I mean, there's the guys that are walking around shirtless that you really don't want to see, but that's what happens. And so the movement is for that everybody should be able to do it. So whether they're, the good-looking women or, the ones that you definitely don't want to see, I believe that, there should be that freedom. That if that's what they want to do, more power to them. I think this country shies away from nudity way too much. I think if there was more openness about it, that there would probably be less issues. But at the same time, it definitely can cause some of those creeps out there to be even more creepy. So it is a two-edged sword on that, but I do support the movement because I believe if men can have their shirts off, women should be able to as well. New beaches are disappearing too. Believe it or not, we do have some of those around here. Which is kind of shocking, but yeah. Is there a line on that? A line on what, Mufasa? You mean the nudity portion? I do believe that, there should be some modesty, yes. I think the whole definitely no sexual out in public. That is definitely a hard line. There should not be the sexual aspect of it, but like the just walking around topless, sure. Walking around bottomless, yeah, that's a little much there. Partially just because I don't want to see a bunch of meat swords wobbling around. That's gonna ruin everybody's day. But it is. I think that would also cause more issues because then you're gonna have a lot of kids that are gonna start asking some questions that might not be ready for. So I think the bottoms need to stay on, but the topless, go for it. Vegas actually had, I don't know if they still do, but they actually had at one point their shows. They had the ones that were topless. They actually had a thing that, with parents' permission, kids were allowed to go to certain topless shows if they were not sexual topless shows, if they were just like, a magic show where the women had their tops off during it. Vegas did have that at one point where if parents wanted to bring their children, they could, with parents there, if that's what the parent wanted to expose their kid to, and then, it was not a sexual thing, so it was available. I don't believe that's the way it is anymore, but it's, human bodies are normal and natural. We all have them. We all have these parts, and so it doesn't always have to be sexual. So I believe that, some of it can be okay, but there's definitely a fine line between that and grooming. There's definitely no sexual stuff, and that's one of the issues that Seattle has been having is there have been sexual acts going on in some of their parks, and there's been some issues there. Apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur, the whole club was looking at her. Kids already asked questions, no one's ready. That's very true, Day. Very true. And kids have tablets and phones. Parents don't parent, they can Google anything. It's true. It is true. But that's parents need a parent. That's a big thing, is I think parents need a parent. That is something that has not been going on much anymore. Parents have not been parenting, and they need to be parenting. But that would make a big difference. AI is getting bad. AI is getting bad. I think parents should introduce it when the kid is ready. The way my parents did it, it was when we started asking questions. When we were kind of at an age that we were curious about bodies all of a sudden, that's when our parents were like, okay, here's the birds and the bees. It's I don't believe that it should necessarily be at an early age, but somewhat at an early age. I mean, don't introduce your kids to it when they're, 16, because it's going to be too late already. But yeah, it's should be a somewhat early age. 12 years old. Okay, I learned it definitely younger than that. That my parents exposed me to it, but we were asking questions. So my parents had the birds and the bees talk when we were starting to ask questions about it. I don't believe it's the school's job to teach kids that. I don't believe it should be the schools that are doing it. I believe that's a parent's job to teach their kids. And yeah, that's I have strong feelings on that one. Learned sex because, well, we lived in a controversial family school, so we didn't have sex ed. Yeah, it is. It's interesting. One boy got caught with a ruler, and all the kids laughed. That is actually quite common, Dreidel. That is quite common. And day school taught me 5th grade, 9 years old. My mom talked with me that night. There you go. Yeah, I don't believe it's a school's job to broach that subject. I'm sorry, but it's a parent's job to parent. I don't believe it's a school's job to parent. School's job is to teach the learning aspect there. And so it's definitely one of those things that, yeah, I definitely have my views on it. Crew's now an 18+ stream. Crew's been an 18+ stream pretty much since Hero joined us. That's Hero kind of changed all the family friendliness of Crew here. But yeah, it's it's one of those things that it's life. We talk about life. So that is parents working 24/7, sleeping around, drinking bars, snoring crystal. Have time to teach. That's maybe they shouldn't be having kids then, Dreidel. Maybe they shouldn't be having kids. Body will change, the anatomy. Mom talked about the birds, bees, and bananas. There you go, Dave. And that is definitely the biology. Yes, that is a thing that I believe school should teach about biology, because that is teaching. The sex education portion, I don't believe that's the school's job. Having books about it, I don't believe should be in schools. I don't believe there should be those kinds of things. This is why Crew is a better parent than some. Well, thank you, Barry Fuego. Not a parent, but I appreciate that. But yeah, those kinds of things I don't believe belong in schools. Schools should be for learning about things that are going to help you in life. the things that you're going to that are going to help you grow and get a job. I think things like how to file your taxes, how to balance your budget, how to, you know, shop smart at the grocery store, how to price shop, and the things that are actually how to get a job, how to write a resume. These are the things that should be taught in schools, the things that are actually going to help you in life. I know so many, I've got people in their late 20s that come in and they're now filing taxes for the first time, and they have no idea how to address a letter. They don't know how to mail a letter. So I'm now teaching somebody in their 20s how to mail a letter, and they've had to hire a tax person to do their taxes because they were never taught how to do taxes. So many people hire tax people because they were never taught how to do taxes. I believe that, you know, accountants, CPAs and stuff like that, they definitely have their place. If you own a business and stuff, there's going to be a lot more things to learn that they can help you with. So I believe that they can be valuable, but knowing how to file your own taxes, the basics should be something that's taught in school. You should come out of school knowing how to file taxes. You should come out of school knowing how to write a resume. You should come out of school knowing how to do a job interview. These are the things schools should be teaching, not sex education. Subject in school, have you learned to this day? What do you mean? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Mufasa, you had to learn the hard way. Learn what the hard way? It's hilarious. Back when I was a teen, Safeway managers told me Safeway brand was actually Big Brand chips with their label slapped on it. Yeah, that's actually very true. A lot of those Big Brand chips are private labeled for companies like Safeway. That happens a lot. School responsibility or the student? Which part do I think is the school's responsibility or the student, Mufasa? Nothing wrong with cheaper option of foods. Absolutely. Cursive. Absolutely. Cursive should be taught in schools. Listen to this passion as he's speaking. Oh, thank you. Very fuego. Captain Chicken, welcome to the stream. How's it going? And Arhawk, welcome to the stream. File taxes, you just mentioned. Didn't learn this from school. Yeah, no, it is something I believe should be taught in schools. It is not, Mufasa, and I think it should be. No, I think shopping smart should be something that is taught there. Datey Death, welcome to the stream. Lone Star, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Good to see you people here. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, they took out Cursive out of school, and I think that's terrible. I think it should be something that's taught in schools. It is something that is helpful. Kids do not know how to sign their own name because it's not taught. Thank you. Oh, Daddy Dub. Oh, it's Daddy. I got it. Daddy Death. Okay. Sorry about that. I am bad with these names. We call us Daddy. If that's what you'd like to be called, you got it. Call him for Daddy and Daddy Bub. Matter what the name says. Your okay. Yeah, well, all right, Daddy. You got it. How are you doing? Subjects in school have you learned that you apply to this day? Not many, Mufasa. Not many. Some science. A lot of excitement on, man. I am all about having a good time, and I'm about making a place that people feel comfortable to hang out and have a good time. So, you're collectively daddy. Well, all right. You all have fun. I'm glad you are here. Welcome. Feel free to hit that follow button if you're enjoying the conversation. We're currently talking about the education system. We've been kind of talking about everything in tonight's stream, and it has just kind of gone where it's gone. Most things, yes, Mufasa, most things. I was not taught how to do a resume, not taught how to interview, or anything like that. Nope, we are definitely, we got our wings put away there. Daddy. Education needs more bubs, bub. There you go. That's how I roll. Paired with me, this could be chaotic. Same, Mufasa. Work hard and show off. All right, Daddy, slow down with the spam there in chat, please. Show up 10 minutes early. Yes, that was part of how I was raised. Was 10 minutes early is on time. On time is late, and late never happens. Ant's the most popular guy. Bub. That's Bub Love. I appreciate the love for sure. And it's nice to see you here. Someone out showing you. That's right. You're not the only one in chat there. Kick. We just got a bunch of people popping in that they have many names, but they are all Daddy. So, and they're all suddenly chatting. I certainly try to be. I try to be chill and have all the good vibes here. Normally we play a lot of games. I have been incredibly exhausted because of work lately, so we're just kind of doing a chatting stream tonight, just hanging out, chilling, and chit-chatting, and kind of been going where the conversation takes us. So, say it, Daddy. Say it. I am glad you're having a good time with it. If that's what makes you happy, I am happy to throw out the Daddy. I am all about making a place where people feel comfortable and have fun hanging out. So, but yeah, so I definitely had to learn the hard way on a lot of things. I did have things like some of the math that I learned has helped, but most of it has not. Trigonometry and things like that certainly never used in my life. I have never had to solve for X. That's definitely not something I have used. A lot of what I learned in school has just not been used. Say, Daddy. You got it. You guys are welcome to join in on the conversation here. The B equals Daddy. Is that all we're here to do? Is just to get me to say Daddy there? Kick as well. Kick. I'm back on Kick. I appreciate that. Say the whole thing, Daddy Bub. Okay. Thank you so much for that follow on Kick, Daddy Bub. I appreciate the follows and all of the follows now. Apparently that was the missing piece, is I only said Daddy, I didn't say Daddy Bub. I got it now. I am a little slow at times, but I got it. I made it finally. Thank you for the follows. Do I just say Daddy Bub, or would you like me to actually thank each individual name for the follows? I will do what you would choose there. You're from England. Nice. Nice. I'm from USA, Washington State. And all Daddy Bub. All right. Well, Daddy Bub, thank you for the follows. All the Daddy Bubs that gave the follows here on Kick. I appreciate it. I appreciate you all coming and hanging out and joining us for this weird stream that we are having. Don't have to show. Definitely will not be doing that. You definitely won't be showing the bub hole there. Chicken's the headmaster. England and life. Liverpool. That is, I appreciate having you here from across the pond. We've got Dreidel there in chat. Dreidel Spin is over in Canada. So we've got people in America. We've got people in Canada. We have occasionally Australians that show up. We've got all kinds. News cult US Daddy Bubs will save you. All hail Daddy Bub. Have a good night, day. Love you. Thank you for hanging out and adding to our conversation and joining us. I appreciate it, Day. You're amazing. We love you. And thank you to more Daddy Bubs that are joining the party and hitting us with those follows on Kick. I appreciate it very much. We love making new friends here and having all the people to come and hang out with us. Congratulations, Crusader. You can now click your J up. I don't think so, but I appreciate the thought there, Mufasa. All hail Daddy Bub. Drop that on. No, they're not taking the t-shirt off. We're good on that. I appreciate the offer there, but we're good on that. We English do, Bub. That's all fine. You English do what you want, and if you want to drop your shirts at home, you go right ahead. But shirts stay on here. Appreciate you being here. So is Daddy Bub there, main Daddy Bub, I assume is a fellow streamer, and we're all part of the Daddy Bub community here. We love you. Well, thank you. Love you too, Daddy Bub. Daddy Bub, love you, Bub. We love you, Bub. Here. That's what I was going for. That was Captain was the captain of this squad. I go by Captain Crusader for Jay. I go by Captain Crew, and I call my followers the Cruise Crew, and I'm a big pirate at heart, so we have actually do a quick scene switch here just so you can see. I have got a pirate ship for my my scene switching. What can I do here? We'll do switch to live scene. So I love the Captain Chicken, the whole captain thing. Definitely right up my alley. And what kind of pirate? So it is all the love pirate games. Not a bubble, definitely not. I knew that was coming. But no. Show him the shark onesie. I don't have the shark onesie readily available. I do have the shark mask available, though. We have a shark mask that I can that I will often wear when people redeem things. See, unfortunately have to work tomorrow. Wanted to stay longer. It's an interesting conversation. It was cool knowing your thoughts and such. I totally understand, Mufasa. Thank you for hanging out, buddy. I really appreciate it. Good to see you. Get some rest. Hopefully see you on Wednesday, buddy. Follow back train is how Hootie can't post his Discord. You can. If you do it on Twitch, Dreidel, here, then you can copy and paste. I will absolutely hit some follows back here. You got it. I am big on supporting people, and we're all about giving that support here. Banana, I'm gonna throw. Not gonna happen. The T word. Not sure what word that is. And Daddy Death with both the Twitch follow and the Prime sub. Thank you so much for that Prime sub. Welcome to the Cruise Crew. I appreciate it so much. For those that don't know, you can only use your Prime sub on one person per month, and Daddy Death, or I'm assuming Daddy Bub, has chosen me as the recipient of that, and I consider it a huge honor. Thank you very much. Purple side's not cool. Well, you know, I started on that side, and our Hawk with a follow, and thank you so much for the follow and the sub, our Hawk as well. Welcome to the Cruise Crew. What is happening right now? Thank you for all of these follows and subs and everything. Let's go for sure. Some Bub loves. I appreciate it very much. I don't know what I have done to deserve the Bub love, but I am very much appreciative of all the Bub love that is going on right now. Very much share that, and I will definitely be hitting some follows back. Are you gonna start the hype train? That's always the question on that. Good question, Barry Fuego. But I just appreciate you guys being here and hanging out. Pirate Weekend at the Ren Fair, bub. Oh, there you go. I have never been to Ren Fair, but it is something I would love to go to, and I would most definitely. I'm torn between dressing kind of like Viking-esque or the pirate type thing, or even like a rogue. I am not sure what I would go as. Hey! Thank you so much, Daddy Bub, for the gifted sub to Lone Star, or Daddy Bub on Kick. I appreciate the subscription there. What is happening? Is this even real right now? What is going on? And Lone Star or Daddy Bub just gifted it right back. Another one. Wow. Okay. Thank you guys, Daddy Bub, for all the love and the subs here. I appreciate it very much. And now our hot Daddy Bub gifting back to Daddy Bub, gifting back to Daddy Bub. If you're not on Kick right now, you might want to jump on there because of the insanity that is going on over there. They're all Daddy Bub. They have many names, but they are all Daddy Bub, and they are now gifting some subs back and forth here. Thank you for all of that love. I appreciate it so much. They definitely homies. Love from Lightly. Thank you, Governor. Oh my gosh. What is this? Thank you. Again, these back and forth gifted. Thank you, guys. What is happening right now? Oh my goodness. Thank you for all of these follows and gifted subs. Our friends across the pond over in England, the Redcoats are taking over here, guys. Thank you all for this. This can't be real. Thank you. Oh my goodness. More Daddy Bubs gifting to Daddy Bubs. Oh, we got it happening. New follows. Wait, what is happening right now? They're actually Chinese. Yeah, I don't think so, Dreidel. But it could be. There's no reason to believe they are not who they say they are. But thank you all the Daddy Bubs that are coming over. Squirrel73, are you part of this Daddy Bub crew, or are you a solo here? Squirrel73, welcome to the cruise crew. Thank you for that follow. What is Thank you. What is happening right now? It's we're getting multiple gifted subs here. Wow. This is how Daddy Bub rolls. Daddy Bub is awesome. I love the heck out of Daddy Bub. The Daddy Bub community is clearly amazing, and making me feel very loved and welcomed. And it's amazing. Squirrel's amazing and cool. And so I assume then that Squirrel is a Daddy Bub as well, and all part of this Daddy Bub crew. Thank you all so much. It is a pleasure. Well, thank you. It is definitely a new thing that I'm trying. I've been I've been on the purple for many years, and I'm trying to branch out and expand because I want a bigger community. I want more friends. An English teacher. Okay, which Daddy Bub is the English teacher? Shark Mask, with all of those gifted subs and everything, you got it. Now I have two options here. We have the Shark Mask, where you can barely see my face, and then I have a shark hat, where it looks like there is a shark biting my head. Which would we prefer? So it said she is an English teacher, so that's why I went with she. The hat, so this one, okay. Hat it up. All right, so we're gonna hat it up, and then I will adjust the camera so that you can see the hat better. the little shark up there. No friends, just bubs. All the bubs, all the loves. Oh, wait. Was, who said, oh, Dreidel said hat it up. So, oh, not Dreidel. They're the ones doing it. They get the choice there. They said mask. We're gonna go with the mask. All right. unless the daddy bubs say otherwise. Unfortunately, those don't seem to be working over there, Dreidel. We need an eye patch, Bub. I don't have an eye patch. I am sorry, Daddy Bubs. I do not have the eye patch. So it is just the shark mask right now. Wear that in the winter. It would definitely help in the winter because it is definitely warm in this mask, especially with the lights up there. We definitely love sharks as well. I do have the Jaws 50th anniversary cup here that it says you're gonna need a bigger boat on the back, and has the boat there. So which kind of goes with the whole pirate thing, this shark aspect. So so what do we stream, Daddy Bubs? What is the Daddy Bub community like to stream? I am glad that you guys like the shark stuff here. I have a shark mug, but it's nowhere near me right now. Not drinking anything with that, but yeah. So we've got the shark mask here. We have been just chilling and chatting. Normally we stream a variety of things. Lately we have been doing a lot of Assassin's Creed Shadows. We've been doing some Donkey Kong Bananza. We have been doing some Mario, Super Mario RPG, the remastered version. We do community nights where we hang out and play games like Mario Kart or Mario Party. I love to do all of the fun things with the community and hang out with my community. So I appreciate the new people coming and hanging out. Sorry, the voice is a little muffled with the mask, but you know, it's what you get for what we have here. And I can't believe all the love that you guys have shown, the follows, the subs, and everything. I really, really appreciate it. I hope you guys enjoy it here in this community, Daddy Bubs, and I hope we will see more of you. Take it off, my man. Just want to see it. No worries. Ugh. I usually do a 5-minute timer on it. So let's throw the biting shark on. Looks like Jaws swallowed you. It will give you some time with this one. This one as well. I also have I have a poop hat. I have got a stormtrooper hat. I've got a purge mask, Jason mask, old man mask, Viking hat, pink bunny ears, a unicorn horn, a Tom Nook hat. We've got all kinds of fun little things that we will pop on. 22 ghost face masks. That's nice. That is nice. You like this one better? I do too. I do too. This one, so I was, my community wanted the shark mask. They said, oh, you need a shark mask. So I had a, so I went looking for a shark mask, and when I was doing it, I found this, and I'm like, this is too cool to pass up. So I got the shark mask, which was requested, and then I got this just because, and I think this one is more fun here. All different on the ghost faces. That's awesome. Okay. All right, Daddy Bub. Do you have the what's that? Like tongue hanging out from Scary Movie ghost face? Please tell me you got that one. Because that, you have, yes! Oh, you are awesome. You are awesome. Love it. Love it. The chicken, it's actually a bald eagle. Thank you, Dreidel Spin. There is a picture of it in my Discord of me wearing a costume where it looks like I'm riding a bald eagle. All 3 from that movie. That is awesome. That is a cool collection there, Daddy Bub. That is a cool collection to have. Man, I collect Funko Pops. I have some pretty cool Funko Pops, but you know, not that many. And I don't have anything quite that cool. But yeah, that is a cool collection. I've got some Deadpool cool stuff. I've got a they had a Emerald City Comic-Con up here, and they had a Deadpool poster where it's Deadpool and Darth Vader fighting with lightsabers, and then the one side is it moves, and so one side has Deadpool sitting on the Iron Throne from Game of Thrones with his foot on the Darth Vader helmet, and then one with Darth Vader sitting on the throne. I think that one's a kind of a cool one. Piece of memorabilia type thing that I have there. I have got some Assassin's Creed statues, like from Assassin's Creed 3 and from Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Assassin's Creed Black Flag is my favorite of the series, and the Assassin's Creed series is my favorite series to play there. We have played Valhalla on stream, and I was actually considering playing it today, but I was too tired to think about like anything, which is why we ended up doing this whole chatting stream. Yeah, what else? We went through the Tomb Raider series we played on stream. We have done some Fortnite. I'm terrible at like the first-person shooters and the battle royale stuff, so I usually don't do those kinds of games, but like with friends we'll jump into that. Ark Survival Evolved, I love doing the survival, open world survival games, so like Ark, 7 Days to Die. We've done the chill streams with doing like Stardew Valley, Crosswind. We got in on that playtest and we streamed the heck out of Crosswind. I think I put over 100 hours into that in just the short few weeks that we had it. So again, pirate games. I love the pirate games. We did Atlas for a while, but that's kind of, Atlas has its own set of issues. So what else we have streamed? Well, actually, I think it's listed on Kick. I have the list of a bunch of it. The list needs to be updated, but I have a lot of the games that we've played. The Resident Evil series, we've played quite a few of those Resident Evil games. Final Fantasy, we've done some of the Final Fantasy games. What else? The Fish only works on, oh yes, the Fish game, that's right, I Am Fish. That was a fun game. Actually, it's funny you mentioned that, Dreidel. I was in somebody else's stream the other night, and she was showing off, oh, I think we rated her. And she was, oh, it was Maestre May, who has rated us before, or Mystery Mai. She was showing like her wheel of games that people play, or people can choose for her to play, and she had I Am Fish on there, and I told her she needed to play it. I told her that we had so much fun with it. So yeah, so it's funny that you mention the whole I Am Fish thing, because yeah, I was literally just talking about it. That's right, we've done Marbles on stream. I actually considered doing that tonight as well, doing Marbles on stream, because of it being a little more of a chill stream, but that too required just more brain power. And when I do Marbles, you know, I like to do like the whole announcing thing. So it was, I was way too tired to do the whole announcing thing. This chill, relaxed, just chatting thing has definitely been just what I needed for tonight. And then hopefully I'll be able to get to bed early tomorrow night, get some rest, and then be good for our regularly streaming programs. I want to do some Assassin's Creed Shadows again, get some more deeper into that. So I had originally planned to play that tonight, but it was just, I had no idea how tired I was gonna be. So you're talking about I Am Fish, the the streamer and watcher interaction. Yes, I definitely need to play that again too. I need to pull that out again. It's been a while since we have done I Am Fish. I might need to maybe make that the Thursday night stream. Just pull it out for the heck of it. Pretty much, yeah, I don't play games without streaming anymore, pretty much. It's before streaming, I loved playing games all the time, and so that was how I spent a lot of my free time, was playing video games. But I'm a social person, so I crave the human interaction, which is why I started streaming in the first place, was to bring a social aspect to my streaming, or social aspect to my gaming is why I started streaming. So now that I have crossed that, and I have brought that, it now feels like almost like cheating if I stream without or if I play games without streaming them. If I don't include you guys, it's like I can't even really enjoy it, because things will happen. I'll be like, oh, I wish stream saw that. I wish I could show stream that. So can they look up? You used to be able to. You used to be able to have like your old streams archived on Twitch, and then Twitch just did this thing where they just like cleaned house and just removed all of them. I need to do like an upload of my streams to YouTube, so that I can have like an archive of my old streams. I do have, unfortunately, not all of them. I had a hard drive crash and I lost like a lot of my first streams, which very heartbroken about, but I do, every stream I have recorded, so I do have the ability to, what the heck? Squirrel, aka one of the Daddy Bubs, just rated us with 28 viewers on Kick. What the heck? Thank you so much for that raid. Welcome, Raiders. And thank you for the follows coming in. Endless breathing and flippin' dizzy, thank you so much for those follows. Welcome to the Cruise Crew. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for bringing your community over here to join us. It's the shark. I appreciate it very much. For those of you that are coming over from the raid, I am Crusader for Jay. I am a variety streamer. We were just talking about some of the things that I stream. It is all over the board. I actually have a listing down below of them because it's such a wide variety. Lately, we've been doing Assassin's Creed Shadows, Donkey Kong Bananza, Super Mario RPG Remake Remastered, and then things like Mario Kart. We do a lot of community nights. Hello! welcome. I appreciate everybody coming over. Love Assassin's. It's my favorite series. I love it too. What's your favorite of the Assassin's Creed games, Squirrel? YouTube Kick. Streams, I do, yes. I am currently doing multi-streaming, Twitch, Kick, YouTube, and Twitter X. I'm trying to expand and bring in more community, more friends, and everything. Hard, I know. It is tough. My favorite, for me personally, it is definitely Black Flag. The whole pirate aspect I absolutely loved. I loved how they did the open world where you can go from literally being on the ship, jump in the water, swim, you're on land, and just start running around. And I loved that there were all the land things, there were the sea battles that you could have, all the ship battles, the swimming for buried treasure, the hunting, like, they put so much into it that I just absolutely loved that game. So it is my favorite. Plus, I'm the big pirate at heart. Pirate is definitely what I love, so that would definitely be my top. I would say probably Valhalla second, and 3 would be my third. I really enjoyed the whole American Revolution type thing. And I love the whole Viking aspect. I thought it was so beautiful. The graphics on Valhalla. I didn't beat Valhalla. I never even made it to Valhalla. So I didn't get very far, I don't think, into it, but I did get to England. We made it to England. Just typing that. Like Valhalla. Like them all. Did beat Valhalla with the female. Very cool. Very cool. That is awesome. Very cool. Love that. So I played through them starting from the very first one, played through them in order up until Unity. I started Unity, and then I missed the pirate aspect, so I went back and did Rogue to get back into the whole pirate thing, and then by the time we finished Rogue, Valhalla was coming out, so I jumped into Valhalla, didn't go back to Unity, and since I haven't beat Valhalla, I was going to go back to it, but then one of the members of our community bought Shadows for me, so that's why we started Shadows. Because it was like, well, this, you know, somebody bought it for us, we gotta play it, so we jumped into Shadows, and we've been now going through Shadows. I have heard good things about, like, Origins. I own it. I own all of them. But I have not played beyond Unity. I never finished Unity, and I haven't played beyond it because, aside from jumping to Valhalla and Shadows, because there's just so much time to put into them, and I only have so much time. So that's a cool emote there. I like it. I like it. So, and then we were talking about some of the other games when you guys popped in that I have played. One of the games we were talking about is I Am Fish. Have you heard of it? Also, what do you stream, and what were you streaming tonight? Lord of the Rings. So I have the, the Mines of Moria or whatever it was. But I haven't played it yet. It looked really cool, and I bought it, but I have not actually played it, and I haven't played any of the other Lord of the Rings games yet. But mostly just because I have so many games, and I don't play them. Path of Exile, DLC. Ooh, there you go. Do wood burning and Warzone Marvel Rivals. Oh, you do wood burning. Oh, that is super cool. So like the actual, like, you're filming yourself doing that. That is awesome. Oh, I'm definitely gonna have to check out some of your streams and watch, because that would be cool. I love that kind of stuff. I do not have that kind of talent. I'm funny. That's sometimes. I've been told I'm entertaining, so Squirrel with a Gun game. Oh, I believe I do have. Now I gotta check. I believe I have that one too. I've not played it, but I believe I have it. I also have the raccoon game. Oh, Daddy Bob! Jump with a rate of 49. Oh my gosh! Thank you for another raid. It's your hubby. Oh, that is awesome! Well, oh, very cool. The husband and wife stream team and back-to-back raids. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, I love you guys too. You are awesome, and I will definitely be, I will be hitting back with follows here. I don't like to do it when I'm on stream, because then, you know, then I'm not paying attention to people and whatnot, but after I end stream, I will be going back and hitting and giving all those follows back out. We all die, but we all rub. Yeah. Oh boy, you guys got a kinky family then. Oh, thank you so much for that raid, back to back, for all the follows, for all the love. You guys are amazing. This is the first anything like this I have had on the Kick platform. I got one. I've been rated one other time, but it was nothing like this. It was literally somebody just kind of rated, said hi, and then left, which is totally understandable. Because, I mean, when you raid, a lot of times you're ending stream because you gotta go. So, I totally understand. From the Daddy Pub crew. I did. How did end with this? I have no idea. I didn't know what was going on, but you know, you know me, I'm always apt to play along. But I so appreciate it. Let me see. I was gonna look up squirrel. I don't. Oh, I'm gonna have to get it then. I'm gonna have to pick up squirrel with a gun. But I did get the what is it? The raccoon with the skateboard game, or the raccoon with the gun one. We're the night crew. When it's time to end, it's time to go to bed. Hey, you know, like I said, the whole, I totally understand the raid and run thing. I appreciate the raid. I appreciate you popping up before a raid and showing all kinds of love and everything. I appreciate your community and everything. What were you streaming tonight, Daddy Bub? That's love. Hey, absolutely. That's I am a firm believer that if your community is not picking on you, then they clearly don't love you. I mean, that's we only haze the ones we love, right? So, but yeah, I have got. Oh, what do I have? I've got something like almost 1,000 games on Steam. I'm gonna have to make Squirrel with a Gun one of them. I know I had seen it and I had thought about buying it and I never actually did, but I'm gonna have to do that one. The raccoon one? Ooh, what was it? Oh gosh, I don't even remember what it was now. It was there was one. It was like a raccoon, and I've got way too many games. But we were talking about recently before these raids happened. We were talking about the game I Am Fish. Have you guys heard of that? It is a. Your TikTok as well. I don't have TikTok. I know I'm old and lame, but I don't have TikTok. But I still might pull out the online version and more gifted subs. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. I don't even know what to say. Thank you. This was not how I expected tonight to go. But if you've not played I Am Fish, check it out. It is a ton of fun. You're a fish in a goldfish in like a goldfish bowl, and you're like rolling around and in trying to get around. It's lots of dying fish. Chat roulette's challenges. That's very cool. I have done some of the challenge type things myself. It's been a while since I've done one, but I did like the Toe of Satan. I have done some of the hot sauces from Hot Ones challenges. I did the Death Nut challenge, where with like the super hot peanuts that had like scorpion pepper and stuff like that. I've done all kinds of some challenges myself, and whoa what the, oh my goodness. 10 gifted, what the heck? Thank you. Oh my goodness, all that. Wow, thank you. Liar's Bar. I don't know if I have Liar's Bar, actually. I don't have that one. What is that one? Thank you for all the gifted subs, Daddy Bubs. And all the Daddy Bubs that are now new subs. Welcome to the Cruise Crew. I should get it. I will have to pick that one up. The squirrel and the squirrel with a gun and Liar's Bar here. Let's see. Liar's Bar. Is that like a community one? Early access. Online PvP. Okay. Roulette style card game. Oh, there you go. Well, sweet. No love for you. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for all of this love. This is amazing. I appreciate it so much, and I would absolutely love to do like a collaboration and, you know, play together. I love doing those kinds of things. Scroll with a... There you go. I am picking up squirrel as well, picking up wires and squirrel here. Adding them to cart as we speak. Thank you. I love you too. It's amazing. And I love meeting new people and doing collaborations and meeting new communities and hanging with each other. It is thank you. I don't know how to set it all up on Kick, and if you've got some pointers, I would love the pointers and help on that. On my purple community, I have literally set up for doing a shout out command where you do exclamation SO a space and their name for that my community can use to shout each other out and pass along that love, because I love helping everybody else out and growing. My belief is that we all grow together. So if you guys are doing well, then the whole platform does well and we all do well. So that is, I am all about helping each other out, growing together, building communities. I appreciate that very much. Nuttier than squirrel poo. I can be. Yeah, I am. So I am very much a big goofball. That is who I am, which is why it amazes me that people come and hang out and watch, because I just have a good time. You have a great night too, Squirrel73. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. And as I said, I will hit you back with a follow, and I will be checking you out for sure. I will be checking out this community and come hang out with you. And hopefully we can do some collaborations. Would be amazing. Keep this energy, it will spread. That is who I am. I absolutely try. Thank you, Daddy Bub. Gotta go. Of course, absolutely. The wife's going, you better go. I appreciate you very much, your community, and for trusting me with your community and bringing them over here. Thank you for all the love and support, all the gifted subs and follows and everything. You're amazing. And have a wonderful, wonderful night. I appreciate you, and I will be coming and hanging out and checking you out as well. I'm very much excited to build my community over here. 44 actually. I'm quite a bit older. Cruz an old man. Cruz, I even have the mask here that I'll wear for my community when they redeem it to prove the old man thing. But yeah, no, we always just try and have a good time. Bub Daddy Lone Star also 44. Nice. Props to the 44-year-olds. Love it. That's awesome. So yeah, still. Yeah, all the same. We are. Have a wonderful, wonderful night. Definitely will see you soon, whether it's your chat first or mine. I will absolutely be popping in to check you out and come hang out. You have a wonderful night. Thank you again. I appreciate it very, very much. Daddy Bub team, you are awesome, and Squirrel team. you as well, as part of the Daddy Bub community. You're all amazing. I love the heck out of you all, and you've definitely made my night. That is for sure. Squirrel Team 6. I picked up Squirrel with a Gun and the Liar's Bar, so we'll need to play. We'll have to play. You can teach me the game. So have a wonderful night, and anybody else that needs to sign off because it's getting late, I totally understand, and I appreciate everybody popping over, coming and saying hi. Absolutely, definitely. We will have to do this. We'll message me and let's work it out. I would very much love that, and I'm sure my community would enjoy it as well. But go go be with the wife. Go have a good night. I appreciate you very, very much. So, yes, it's, I don't even know where we left off before all of this excitement happened here. I know we were talking about doing some I Am Fish again. Oh, love that. Pull back out, Cap. And love that you guys have fun in that community as well. Crew is single, so I don't have that aspect, but I do have members of my community that call me Captain Tight Pants. So we have some of that going on here too. And I haven't been able to set it up since I started streaming again. I had taken some time off from streaming because of work, and since I've started again, I haven't been able to set it up, but I used to have a thing where my community could redeem the ability to have me do workouts like squats and deadlifts and push-ups and things like that I want to try and get back going again, but I'm in a smaller place, and figuring out how to get it so that I can have it on camera is a little tough, a little logistical tough. But R-rated group, Glenn. Nope, that's I work for the United States Postal Service, so I hear it all. I was also a hairstylist for 10 years, so definitely. And I ran a surf and skate shop for like 5 years. So definitely okay with it. I've tried to keep, my speech somewhat family friendly, but it doesn't always happen. I just try to have a community that I feel everyone can be a part of and feel accepted in. So but like, it takes a lot to bother me. I am chill. I like to just enjoy life, and I am really tough to offend. So Miss L, yeah, actually, when we were talking about my jobs, I hadn't brought that one up. Yeah, I ran it was a surf and skate shop, and mostly we sold, we did have some surfboards, but we didn't really sell surfboards because surfing around here doesn't really happen. Water's way too cold. But we did sell like wetsuits. We did kiteboarding. We had kiteboarding lessons. And we sold skateboards. I had all the decks, and I had trucks, and we had grip tape. We had all of the nuts and bolts and different bearings and wheels. And so, we're a place that you could come and pick all the parts to build your own board. And we had skateboarders that came in regularly and bought our equipment. So the skaters frequented us. We did have wax. So when I started working there, I knew nothing about skateboarding, so I had to learn. And the first wax I bought was surfboard wax, which does the exact opposite of what skate wax does. So I had to get skateboard wax. And learned the hard way when I sold it to a skateboarder who was not very happy with the wax I sold. Seattle has more underground or in warehouse. So they're more underground. A lot of skate parks were put up in the area. We had lot of skate parks put up around. Actually, the island that I worked on this last couple of weeks, I don't know if you've ever heard of Warren Miller, famous videographer who did things like Warren Miller's Wild Ride and stuff like that. He had a place out there, and so when they were going to build a skate park, their local Parks and Rec was going to build a skate park, and so they collected some money, and being that he was out there, he was like, no, we got to do this right. So he, what's up, Marhawk? So he took whatever money they had gathered, and then he put in like $2 million of his own money, called in the top skate park builders in the world to build the skate park out there. And when it opened, I believe it was ranked either number 1 or number 2 in the world for skate parks when it opened. And they had like the Volcom team and a bunch of big name celebrities out there. I can't remember if Bam made it out or Tony Hawk. I know they had tried to get some of them, and some of them had scheduling conflicts, but I know some of those big names had shown up for the christening of the park. So yeah, it was pretty darn cool. There's definitely a lot of skating that happens out in here. I don't know so much about it anymore because of not being in that world, but yeah, it. So I ran a surf and skate shop during that time. I want to play the new skate game. I'm excited for that. And I was huge into Tony Hawk back in the day. And that's actually that was the time that I ran the surf and skate shop, was during when Tony Hawk Pro Skater came out. So it was at that whole heyday thing. And I was my usual self with running that I would have people that came in that wanted to buy a skateboard, and their, parents would come in and they wanted to buy their kid the first skateboard and everything. And I would straight up tell them, I'm like, first skateboard, how interested are they actually in it? Is this just because they've seen the game, or is this something that they're potentially really going to pursue? Because you're better off going and buying a cheap board at like Walmart and seeing if they actually use it first before you spend, $300 on a custom board here that they're going to then use once and then just stick in the closet. So I had some people that bought them and some people that didn't. I had kids that came and hang out every day. They would come after school and they would just hang in the shop and just chit chat and listen to the music that I had playing, which I stayed up on like the popular music of the time, and had, things like Linkin Park and Papa Roach and things like that playing. So all the songs that were popular at that time, 30 Seconds to Mars and things like that. So they'd come and they'd just chit chat, kind of like you guys are here now, but at the surf shop. And they'd look at different things and talk to me about the different new things that were coming out. I kept the skate mags in the shop for them to purchase and things like that. I did have that. I actually brought my own PlayStation 2 in. And had it at and an Xbox. I brought in my own Xbox at times. I would bring those in for them to play. And actually, kind of like I have set up here. I had a 4-screen setup there and had on different screens videos of like kiteboarding or surfing or skating or the video games set up on those different screens. And that too I hooked up and had it so that I had 4 VCRs, and so I could have it where each screen had its own thing playing on a VCR, or I could flip switches and have it so that all 4 played the same thing, or I could have it where the top 2 played the same thing and the bottom 2 played the same thing, or, you know, have the 2 corners that were playing the same thing. Yeah, I had it so that I could, you know, move the pictures around to all of the different screens, and I hooked all of that up myself. I didn't own the surf and skate shop. I did it for the owner, who kind of told me his vision, and I just kind of did what I do, and I really believed in the place, and so I just kind of made it all happen. And it started as a thing. I told him, you know, he had told me about wanting to open it, and I told him, if you ever do, I'd love to come work there. So he had hired me for a time when he was going on vacation, and the person that he would normally have running the place was going to be on vacation. And so he said, you know, oh yeah, can you come in and just, you know, run the place for me during this time that, you know, I couldn't be there, type of thing. And I was like, sure. So it was supposed to be a week. And during that week, I did things like hooking up all of those TVs so that he could do that. And I streamlined his inventory, and I did all kinds of things to try and get the shop running better and more. Oh, losing my shark here. Get the shop running better for him, just because that's kind of what I do. And so he came back and saw this and was just blown away by everything. And he was like, dude, you're hired. And so he just then had me, he basically made me a manager pretty much on the spot. And then I just started working. I was working 7 days a week at that point. Just kind of running things, and it ended up being, I did a thing after, because I worked there for years, and did a thing where I kind of figured out what my hours were, and so it figured out that I took one day off, which it usually ended up being 2 days in a row when I'd take a day off. I'd take 2 days to myself, but like if you took all the days that I worked and all the days off, it factored out to, I basically took a day off once every 8 and a half days. So I essentially worked 8 days a week. You know, the streamer. Can, I don't know that person. I don't know if that is an actual streamer or not. But the auto mod flagged it as being a hate speech, so it removed that. I don't know if it actually was or not. Sorry if it was, but if it was a legit thing. Is it a legit streamer? It is. Sorry, it got flagged. What do they stream? I have not heard of them. But what do they stream? Fortnite? Ah, okay. So I am not a big Fortnite fan. I am terrible at FPS and battle royale games, so I don't usually do them. But I do have some good friends that play, and so, you know, if they're playing, I might hang out and watch them. But I've not checked me. I'm assuming on Kick. I am trying to meet new people and kind of grow a community over here. So I am definitely happy to check out new people and recommendations and stuff. Scum, good friend, sub today. You're skirting the line. You're skirting the line there. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And welcome to the Cruise Crew. This has been a crazy night. We are gaining all the new followers. We've gotten a bunch of subs here. Shoot, we're only one follower away from 30 now. That's just amazing. I appreciate the follow, and I appreciate you being here and hanging out. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I was saying that the surf shop. So learned. Like I said, I just started. He just started having me go, and so basically I ran the place for him, and I did that for I think about 5 years, and then I got a job offer at Coldwell Banker to do database engineering and be a administrative assistant. And the pay was just like, it was about double what I was making at the surf shop. So it was kind of one of those things. I hated to leave the surf shop, but I told the manager or the owner of the shop, I said, you know, it's a great opportunity. I really hate to leave you, but you know, this is a phenomenal opportunity to make some great money. And, that I just kind of had to take it. And so he said he totally understood. And so it was definitely a hard switch there, but yeah, made it work, and that was a fun job as well for a bit. But love my old surf shop days. Dreidel, you still out there? If you're still out there, Dreidel, ask Sir Alan or Max about Crew's surf shop days. we had some fun times. We had some real fun times. They used to come and hang out, and we get a lot of cute girls in there. It was a popular place because we sold a lot of the popular girls' clothing, Roxy and Billabong and things like that. So we get a lot of girls in that would buy stuff, and that too. Frequently they would ask how the outfit looked on them, and I was always honest. Rather than just going for making the sale, I would give them an honest opinion of how it looked on them. And if it looked good, then I'd let them know. And if it didn't, I'd let them know that too. And usually offer a recommendation of, hey, maybe try this or that, so that maybe they might find something better that worked for them. And it helped, because I definitely helped boost sales, and the whole honesty thing was refreshing to people. So yeah, it was another fun time in my life. I've experienced and done a lot. There's been a lot, like, I haven't done world traveling kind of a lot, but things like that, I've done a lot. Work experience. I also ran bed and breakfasts for a while and did that. That was an experience as well. It was called in-sitting, where basically you take a bed and breakfast and run it from top to bottom. So you're checking in the guests, you are making the breakfast, you're doing all the housekeeping stuff. And it basically, bed and breakfasts are a 24/7 job because they're in your house. You live there with most of those bed and breakfasts. So those people never get a time off unless they've got somebody they trust that can run that bed and breakfast for them. So I got that job and was running those, which was a fun experience. So I've had that whole hospitality aspect, and while I've never worked in the restaurant industry per se with bed and breakfast, I mean, I did do cooking and things like that, so it's kind of similar vein. The way I got into that one was some good friends of my family's at the time owned a bed and breakfast, and my parents were talking to them. It was a husband and wife and their kids, and they had it was a house with a basement, and they had kind of converted part of the basement to being like a mother-in-law apartment that they could live in, and then rent out the top half as the bed and breakfast. And so then they'd come upstairs from the basement, and they would cook. This is before Airbnb existed. They would cook the breakfasts and all of that kind of stuff, and then in the winter season, which was the off season, they would then live in the actual house portion. So each of the girls had their own rooms, and things like that. No, don't do that. You'll lose customers that way, and everything. And so my parents were good friends with them, and parents were talking to them, and found out that they hadn't taken a vacation in years and years and years, and because it's a full-time job. And so my parents were like, we've watched what you do. We've been around here long enough. We know how to run the place. Go on vacation. We'll take over. We'll run the place for you. Just take your family and go enjoy your family. Go take a vacation. So they very reluctantly, it took them a while to actually say, you know what, okay. But they knew us. They trusted us. They were good friends. And so they did. They went off on vacation. They saw the place didn't burn down. We took care of it. And so then they were like, they thought this was phenomenal. So they then used us for that aspect to be able to take some more vacations. Oh gosh, this would have been, I want to say early 2000s is when it was, that was. And, what are you talking about, overused? But yeah, so we would run that bed and breakfast, and then because of them being in the industry, they were friends with. Oh, so they basically so then it became a thing where they would pay us to take over so they could then take a vacation and things like that. They were super thankful for that aspect where they were then like, oh my gosh, we can actually have some sort of life. And sometimes it was just a day so that they could go, shopping, go off the island and go shopping and stuff. And so they would pay us to take over. No worries at all. It was probably how I described it. But yeah, so they would pay us to do the in-sitting, which would be take over the place and run it so that they could do things. And then they were, of course, friends with other bed and breakfast owners around the island. And so word spread that, hey, these people do that sort of thing. And so it was clear that we were people that could be trusted to take over such a thing. So word spread pretty quickly, and we got then a whole bunch of other jobs of other bed and breakfasts that wanted us. And so then we would just go around, and all of a sudden they would have to start booking us because we would be so busy that we couldn't get to everyone. And so that's how I got into that industry, the whole in-sitting thing. So yeah, so that's another one of those experiences. And actually, off of that, one of the bed and breakfasts I worked at, the one of the owners was a husband and wife team. The husband had asked about, doing landscaping around the place, and I was like, well, I've actually never done landscaping, but I'm, willing to try my hand at it and learn a new thing. And he was like, sure, let's do it. So boom, I started trying to do landscaping around that. And then all of a sudden, I was really good at it. So word spread that I could do really good landscaping. And so all of a sudden I got some landscaping jobs, and I started doing that, and I did landscaping for a while. So like I said, I have definitely done kind of run the gambit here of jobs. Yes, I cut hair. I did so the that was all before doing hair. Hair was actually after working for Coldwell Banker doing the database engineering, was when I started the doing hair. And I also did, I taught myself HTML, and back when the internet was first starting out and you had to hand type every line of code to make a web page, there was nothing that made a web page for you like they have now. There's no drag and drop, click and WYSIWYG is what they call it. What you see is what you get, where you could just kind of build it all there. You literally had to envision it in your mind, hand type the lines of code, and then run it to see if it all worked like you wanted it to. I taught myself how to do that back in the day. Screwed up pulling up the phone line. Yeah, so I did that for a while, and made web pages. And Kyle, no. Yeah, that would have been back in the day of dial-up. I was gonna say yes. Oh, those were bad days. When people could just, if they picked up the phone, it would just kill it. Oh yeah, hated those days. But yeah, so I did do. I made web pages, and then when the click and drag and drop stuff came out, I continued making web pages at that time. And but now, because of my background of knowing the actual coding language, I could make that program do things that it didn't know it could do. So I could do things that were outside of those things. Just, I was not, but I was. I did have the AOL account back in the day, and believe it or not, my screen name on AOL. I had Crusader for J on AOL back in the day. That is how long I have been Crusader for J, was back in the AOL days. So if you really want to know how far back my my Crusader for J screen name actually goes, yeah, and we're talking the diskette, not even the CD AOLs. We're talking when they mail you the diskette back in the day. Yeah, I had Crusader for J, and I don't know if that I never ended that account, so I'm sure the account probably still exists somehow, but I've certainly never used it. Crusader is mentioned in the Bible. There were Crusaders, yes. And believe it or not, that is actually where it comes from, Dreidel. That is where the name comes from. It is Crusader for Jesus is actually where the name came from. How I got that screen name. So it's yeah, still alive. I know, I look good for that age, right? Love you too, Dreidel, always. But yeah, back at some of my early streams, it was talked about the origin of the Crusader for J name. And that is where it comes from. And so it's but yeah, the whole Crusader, it is there were Crusaders in the Bible. You are correct on that. And actually my real name, my birth name, is from the Bible as well. So yes, there's a lot of history there, a whole lot of history there. But yeah, so those are some of the main jobs. My very first job as a kid was making snow cones and slushies. Last name Bishop, there you go. It's true. I made slushies and snow cones as a kid, and had, you know, the little, other people had lemonade stands. I had a slushie and snow cone stand. I had the ice chest with bags of ice, and I had the little ice shaver. It was a Snoopy ice shaver. And I would sit there and make the shaved ice, and then make like slushies or snow cones out of it, and sell them in my little lemonade like stand. And then from that, being who I am, I expanded. We made flyers. One of the neighbor kids had a program. I don't remember what program it was, but I was able to make like a flyer that said, you know, our slushy and snow cone thing, and we passed flyers out around the block. And did deliveries with a little red wagon that we would go and deliver slushies and snow cones to people. As a kid, we got in trouble because our advertisement looked too professional. We looked like a real business, and so we got hit that we looked too much like a business, and we weren't just a lemonade stand type thing. So we got shut down for being too much of a business. And this would have been, oh gosh, I was probably like 10 at that time. 12, worked for a concession stand for a teenage baseball event. Cool. Worked 3, bought my own mountain bike. Next summer, work with my dad. Boats, my own Pinos too. Nice. So that is part of America. Is if you get too big, the government wants its piece. So if you appear to be a real business, then the local township is going to want you to register as a business and pay their taxes and all of that kind of stuff. Which I'm 10 years old, so we're not able to incorporate or any of those kinds of things to do that. But my first then, like, job, like you said, 12, worked at a concession stand. I think I was 14 or 15 when I started my first, like, real job like that. And that was, I started building computers for people from scratch. Buying all the parts, putting them together, and building a computer. Now, this is before things like Gateway and Dell existed. This was pretty much businesses had computers. And it was just starting to be where people wanted computers for their homes. And there wasn't companies to give them a computer for their home. So that I provided that service, that I would build a computer for you because I knew how to do it. And so I was building computers for people. And that was my first kind of real job. And I bought rollerblades. That's what I bought with it. But I didn't buy just like the name brand rollerblades. No, I bought, I believe they were like Nikes or something like that. But they were like the same type that professional skaters would buy for training in the off season kind of thing. I bought like actual, like really expensive professional rollerblades. And then my friends and I, we would do street hockey. We lived on a cul-de-sac and we'd put up a net and we'd play street hockey back in the day. I was a goalie. That was my thing. Only I didn't have like the glove and things like that. Actually, I made my own goalie stick. Yeah, that's I made my own duct tape and some scrap wood, and I made my own goalie stick. And I was good at being goalie. Yeah, so fun memories. Memory lane here. It's been a long time since I've thought about that. But yes, that was back in the day. I did the concession stand because I had my bike jacked. Parents couldn't afford it. Buy me new ones. Save up. Find baseball league. Found out. Started raising money over 100 thing. Nice. Very cool. Goalie growing up. That's awesome. Very cool. You too, Dreidel. Awesome. The other thing I ended up saving up for, because 15, I bought a car. Which actually didn't officially have to buy. It was my parents' old car, and they gave it to my older brother and me. But it was a thing that my dad worked with us to get it running. So we worked on the car together to get the car running, and it was a, I bought paint for it so that I could get a custom paint job and, things like that. So I consider it bought the car type of thing. But, so Dad wanted us to know how to fix a car. So if a car breaks down, we knew the ins and outs of how to do repairs on it. So, Dad worked with us on that, and literally, like, I've changed a head gasket and spark plugs and all of those kinds of things. Random question. I was in a bad accident in 2020. It was actually 4/20/2020 was the date of the accident. So that was, yeah, and not my fault. A old lady blew a stop sign on that and cut in front of me. I managed to swerve and slam on the brakes, so I avoided T-boning her. I would have T-boned her otherwise, and that probably saved her life, because she was in her 80s, and had she been T-boned, she may not have survived. I still ended up, it was a 50-mile-an-hour road coming down a hill, and so I ended up, because of swerving, I hit the her rear bumper, passenger side rear bumper, and it spun her out. Her airbags all ignited. Mine did not. It was a used car, so I'm assuming the airbags were either removed or had already gone off and just it wasn't reported, but I'm guessing there were no airbags. Not that they were just faulty, but they could have just been faulty. So I took the full weight of the crash, and I walked away. I felt fine. I thought I had that I had been super lucky and just, you know, came out unscathed. The police officer said I was lucky to be alive. My doctor ended up saying the same thing. But it wasn't until the next day when I was at work. I went in late because I had to get my car out of impound and all of that stuff. The car was totaled. When I was at work the next day, all of a sudden I started to feel pain. And I'm like, oh, this is, I'm kind of hurting here. And so I told, it was actually not my boss, but the person that was filling in at the time. I told them, you know, I'm not sure I could finish the day. I had already told them I was in an accident, and they told me, please, you know, first off, are you okay? And then, you know, don't worry about coming in until this time. We've got you covered until this time. Go take care of getting your car out of impound and all of that. Take care of yourself and whatnot. And so then when I finally came in, as I said, I thought I felt fine. And then as the day wore on at work, the adrenaline started to wear off, and all of a sudden I started to feel pain in my back and everything. And so I told the person that was filling in, my acting boss at the time, about it, and said, you know, I'm not sure I could finish the day. But it ended up being, there was only like an hour left, and then I had the next day off because it was my scheduled day off. I'm like, I'm just gonna finish the day, and then I can go to the doctor tomorrow and all of that. And so that's what I ended up doing. But because it was 2020, and everything was shut down because of the Rona, the finding a doctor that I could get into was very hard. The earliest appointment I could get was at like 5 o'clock at night, when I could finally get in, and it was just the first doctor that was available that was even willing to see me because of the times. And so that's when I finally could get in, and he did some checking and stuff like that, and then he was like, yeah, you're not going to work. You need to, you know, rest up and stuff like that. And he thought maybe just taking it easy, that it was just tight muscles and that it would kind of fix itself. And so he had me take the you know, to the end of the week off. And then when I go check in with him at the end of the week, and then, nope, you're gonna, you know, take this time off, take another week off. And again, because of the time, physical therapy was not considered essential, so it was closed. There was no physical therapist to go to try and rehab this now. So I think it was 2 weeks before I could actually even get to physical therapy, that I just sat and got worse, because I didn't want to do anything for fear of making things worse. And by the time I got to physical therapy, I could barely walk. I would shuffle, you know, kind of almost penguin style shuffle in. I could not lift my arm, my left arm here. I couldn't lift it like above my stomach. I could not turn my neck further than like that. So I ended up with upper back pain, lower back pain, shoulder pain, neck pain, like this whole kind of rotator cuff type thing here. I couldn't lift a 5-pound weight, even a foot off of a table. Like, it already started on a table, and just trying to lift it up, I couldn't even do that. So when I started physical therapy. I was in a bad way, and it wasn't known if I was actually ever going to be able to walk normal again at that time, or how much mobility I would have. So I worked very hard, though, to get myself back, to get myself rehabbed. All of the things that they had me try, when I'd get home, I would do all of the exercises and things like that to try and get myself moving again. And so I was able to get back to it, but I live with pain now, unfortunately. I have back pain is pretty much always a thing. Shoulder pain, neck pain, and leg pain, they come and go. So I have some good days where, you know, I feel almost invincibles, and then I have other days where I'm in a lot of pain. And if you pay attention to my streams, you'll see I shift in the chair a lot, and it's because it is hard to get comfortable, and so I end up having to shift to try and get comfortable on those things. But yeah, so no, it's unfortunately I live with pain now. It is a part of my life. And the shoulder, definitely a lot of times my shoulder will kind of, that pain will come back, and it'll be a thing where it hurts to move. And then other days I'm just fine, and I can, I got to, when I left physical therapy, I could deadlift like 320 pounds. So it was, you know, I got to a point where I could definitely do, because that was one of the things, the Spartan races that I have done, I wanted to be able to do that again. And so that first one that I was able to do again, that was a huge thing for me to be able to get that done. Now, I can't do what I used to be able to do with them. I used to be able to complete most obstacles. So far, I have not been able to do that. I've not been able to complete very many obstacles at all, but I've definitely been able to complete some, and more than I knew I would ever be able to. I appreciate that, buddy. Actually, I have done some of that, and some of it does help. And I try and save it for, you know, the hard days. Then I'll use that type of stuff, but it's yeah, so that first Spartan race was huge for me. I cried at the end of it, because it was like, holy crap, I was able to do it. I wasn't sure, first off, at one point, if I was ever gonna walk again. And then, you know, certainly didn't know if I would ever be able to do that again. So to be able to accomplish that, and I have done 2 now since then. So that's pretty darn huge for me. Though actually the very first one of those things, if you follow me on Instagram, it is posted on my Instagram. There was a thing, I was with a friend, and we did a hike. And it was my first really big outing since the accident to take this hike, and it was a decent hike that we did, and then after that we were walking through around a lake, and there was an area where there was a log going across a small portion of the lake that was a fallen log, but it was one that was fallen and kind of sunk in and stuff, so it was one that you could actually walk across. And it was one of the, I used to always walk across like logs and things like that, but after the accident, my balance and everything was just so off, and my strength, like I worried about my legs giving out and things like that. But during this hike, I saw that log, and I decided I was going to try and do it. And I believe I actually filmed it and everything, and I walked very slowly across it, but I was able to get across that log, and for me that was like the biggest holy crap, you know, moment for me of like, oh my gosh, my first really big thing that I was able to do was walking across a log over a little piece of a lake. And And it's like, it wasn't a deep lake or anything like that. It would have been shallow water. If I fell in, I'd have gotten wet and muddy. But like, you know, it probably wouldn't have gone up beyond my hips type of thing. But like, just to be able to do that was like, holy crap. Very Cloud Fungus. Welcome to the stream, Cloud Fungus. I have a very bad back and knees and feet. There are days I can barely get out of bed, staying up for 10 minutes, tears crying because my back hurts so bad I actually feel like it's about to snap. Oh, I am very sorry to hear that, Cloud Fungus. I have felt that kind of pain, so I definitely understand that that feeling. I am sorry about that. How long ago were you injured, and are you able to do things to rehab, or is this kind of something you're stuck living with here? And thank you, Dreidel. I am still trying to kick gas out there. I'm definitely limited. The things there's a lot of things I used to be able to do that I can't do, but I am working on trying to be able to do them again. And doing what I can to rehab myself. I know my limitations, but I also like to push them and see what I can do and what I can accomplish. So it is a constant progression here and constantly trying. But that also, my weight definitely increased during that time of not being able to do much of anything, and because exercising is tougher now, it's harder to fight the weight. There are things that I deal with, but I continue to push and I continue to work through them, and find ways that I can when I'm having issues. What modified things can I do to be able to have mobility and try to get through. Stuck living with it. When I was homeless, did day labor, worked farms, ranches. That'll definitely do it to you. I'm sorry to hear that. I am sorry to hear that. That is tough, but you know, every little bit that you can do is progress. So everything you can do is at least something, and you know, you can only do what you can. But that was something my physical therapist really ground into me, was knowing it was, you're in pain anyway, so you might as well, you know, at least work out and try and get better, because you're hurting anyway. You might as well do it. And do what you can. So, but taught me to recognize when I'm in the pain that I normally feel, what pain is just the pain that I feel, and what is elevating the pain. And as long as I'm not elevating the pain and increasing my pain, then I'm working within my limitations. And so then I could build that strength, and that's how I ended up getting myself out of the position, was working in that area of, I'm hurting anyway. As long as I don't increase the pain, what can I do that's still at the same level of pain that can help me, you know, get stronger and things like that. And so that's where I work. And what I've learned is to push myself to that point where I'm going to increase the pain, but not go over. Pain is so bad, so fall down. Oh, I'm so sorry, Cloud Fungus. That is terrible. I feel for you, and I have been in that position when I was when I was fresh out of my accident. I had those days where I fell and I injured myself. Even worse, I caused more pain without meaning to, just because things happen. And so I very much understand what you're going through with that. And I'm very sorry. I feel for you on that. Thoughts on people wanting made if they're hurting bad daily. I'm not sure what you mean there, Dreidel. But yeah, so it has been a pretty constant, and it's always kind of there. But I push myself to see how I can get better and how I can strengthen myself and whatnot. And there are definitely days where it's just I'm hurting and there's just nothing I can do about it, and so I can't progress during that time. I don't know. I don't know what that is, unless you're talking about, like, you know, the kind of maid that. Oh yeah, my feelings on that is absolute not. I don't agree with that at all. That is that is part of my belief system, is that human life is precious, and so and I believe that in God, and that if He's got you here, then He's got a plan for you. We may not be able to see what it is or understand, but yeah, so I'm definitely not a fan of that at all. I believe if He's done with you, then He'll take you out. Yeah, I'm definitely not on board with that one, but it's yeah, I know it's out there, and I don't judge anyone. But yeah, so there's I don't like taking pain medication. I don't like drugs. I don't like not being in control, so it takes a lot of pain for me to get to the point where I'll take even Tylenol, and I don't take anything really beyond that. So yeah, but there are times where that pain, it is so bad that's where I go with it. Is it's like, okay, I'm gonna take Tylenol just to be able to get a good night's sleep. So yeah, it's and it is something that I don't mind talking about. But yeah, it is because it's part of life. And you know what? I know I have inspired some people to get out of places where they were because of what I was able to do. So, and if I can inspire even one person to be able to, you know, get even a little better, even if it's just a 1% better than they were, that's 1% better. I mean, that's improvement is improvement. And if I had any hand in that, that for me is wonderful. So I don't mind talking about it, because maybe it can help somebody else. Somebody that feels hopeless to think, hey, maybe there is hope. So that too, I don't judge people on. I don't do it myself. It is still illegal. It's legal in my state, but it is still illegal federally. And I am a federal employee, so it's still illegal for me. But even if it wasn't, it's just not my thing. I don't like not having control. And so it's like I said, Tylenol is more than I want to take, so I don't even take that. But yeah, if it's what works for someone else, by all means, you know, go for it. What works for you works for you. I certainly don't judge. And I've had brownies, which I was not aware were laced with that. I was not told about it, but I had them, and I had multiple. And it was actually when I was a hairstylist. I was doing hair for the play Rent, at a local community theater, and somebody from the cast brought them in and didn't tell me about what they were exactly. And I was busy working, and oh, I'll have a brownie, and continue working. I'll have another brownie, and yeah. And my boss at the time did the same thing, and I got a call from her because she was tripping balls, and she's like, "Did you have some of those brownies?" And I was like, yeah. And she's like, "They were pot brownies, and I am tripping balls." And I'm like, and I have a high tolerance for those kinds of things, so it did not have that effect on me. It really didn't have much effect on me at all. Like, pretty much at all. So there is that aspect as well. Frequently, doctors have to prescribe higher doses of medication for me because it takes more for it to do it. But yeah. So, nothing to be sorry for. It is what it is. I was fine. It's not like it affected me or impacted me at all. And it was my boss telling me she was tripping balls, so it's not like I even had to worry about work issues. Because, yeah, she knew, and, yeah. But, like, alcohol is one of the things I had. It was on stream, actually, and it was after a very bad day that I did a drinking stream, and I got drunk on stream, and it was like the first time that I hadn't felt pain, which was both it was a nice feeling because, it was a breath of fresh air to actually just not feel, but it was also kind of a scary thing because I could see how easily someone could go and just live drunkenly because they didn't want the pain. So, which is not, I don't like not being in control. So, I don't like to do that. So, you guys know I will have drinks on stream and whatnot, and obviously I have gotten drunk on stream, but it's not something that I'm gonna do for. I don't typically, drink heavily. I really don't even drink much at all off stream. Like, I might socially with friends, I'll have a few drinks here and there, but like, I drank with my my good buddy there when we went out that other night. That was the first time I had a drink in since I had one here with you guys. So it was probably weeks since I'd even had a drink. So it's not a problem for me because I don't want to get drunk all the time. It is definitely not something I do or even want to do. Plus, it's expensive. Who can afford that? But I will definitely enjoy drinks with friends, and I'll in a situation like that where we're just having a good time and enjoying each other's company, and we're in a safe situation. We don't have to drive anywhere or anything like that. Sure, I'll let's have drinks to the point where we get drunk. Or if I'm here on stream and we're having a good time, we're doing the Mario Kart drinking game or something, then sure, I'll go ahead and I'll get to that point and like, hey, you'll just continue type of thing, but not blackout drunk or anything like that. And it's definitely not going to be a regular occurrence. As you see tonight, we're just drinking water. But yeah, so that's, you had asked about was it the natural painkillers? Yeah, most of those don't work for me because of the the high tolerance and stuff like that. Shrooms are ask me. Yeah, well, if I had one of those, that would be a whole different ball game. And never done any of that kind of stuff, and have no intention of doing any of that. But it probably wouldn't affect me. But without it being a pretty decent amount on that. But yeah, so again, it's something that I don't worry about that, because all right, we're done with him for a while. He's not wanting to stay on at this point. But yeah, so I don't worry about that, and that's not the stuff I do to try and rehab and stuff like that. It's all exercises, pretty much, that I'm doing, exercises and stretches and things like that. I have spent way too much money on different equipments that you know, to try and rehab myself. Some of them help, some of them have been just absolute wastes of money. I have definitely gotten ripped off on some of these things that, you know, the algorithm hears that I'm having shoulder pain, and so it'll recommend, oh yeah, Dr. Such and Such's, you know, wonderful little stretches that you could do, and then, you know, you buy it, and you know, the guy has just put together a bunch of YouTube videos that I could have found on my own for free, and is charging, like, you know, $100 for it. Like, yeah, I've had some of those. Some of them I was able to collect a refund on with my bank and stuff, and others I ate it. Same thing with some of the rehab equipment. Some of it has worked, and some of it definitely not. I had some that I did definitely take to that other place that I was working at with me for rehabbing, and, you know, it works really well. Some of it just, it's in storage. Some of it I just straight up threw away. It's like, why? Always been awesome though. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, so it's it is what it is. You had asked about the favorite new game. I don't know, because I haven't played anything new recently. It's there's some games that are coming out that I think I was excited for, but I'm not sure. I can't remember. And yes, you are a homie, Dreidel, for sure. Love you, buddy. But not looking into anything. Yeah, there were some games that I knew were coming out, but nothing that I can think of offhand per se. But I know there's some games that are coming that it's like no. I'm gonna want to, but nah. If it happens, it happens. When they get closer, I'm sure I'll be like, oh yeah, this was it, and then I'll jump on it. But otherwise, it is what it is. But it is almost midnight, so I am gonna have to end stream here. Now, Kick, I have actually got enough people that I can raid on tonight, so that's I'm gonna find somebody here to raid on Kick and pass all of these wonderful viewers over to. Let's see what we have got on Kick here. This is exciting that I have so many people here. I'm looking here to see what we got going on. These people have got a whole lot of they have thousands of people watching them. That's not, I don't want to raid somebody with thousands of people watching. What about just chatting? Let's see who's doing just chatting here. Yeah. all the daddy bubs. Daddy bubs. That's what they were. They were the daddy bubs. That daddy bubs crew. Unfortunately, given this time of night, we've got a lot of people that are not English speaking. So, let's see. Gosh, I don't know anyone really on just yapping here. You're welcome, buddy. Always a pleasure. All right, so we have got Peach Kachu here is doing a 24-hour stream. Love that. Looks like she's doing makeup at the moment. She just stepped away to get some coffee, so we're gonna wait till she gets back here on it. But seems like it might be a fun person to. She's doing a just chatting, so fun person to send that raid over to. So let's see, and it's I think it's slashed host here. Yeah, it is. Okay, and then no mention results. So we're gonna see if this works. I'm gonna wait till I see her come back. But let's get our raid thing going here. So it should pop up with my raid calls here. So there we go. So we're gonna do, well, actually, I don't even know a raid call for start a Christmas wish list of yeah, what a raid call. I guess let's just do the first half here. There, Dreidel, or any of the Daddy Bubs crew there. There'll be the raid call. Just, it's a cruise raid. You're being raided by the cruise crew. As the raid call when we get over there. She's getting a cup of coffee. So while she's doing that, I'm gonna take a look at Twitch here and see if I see anyone over there to give a raid to. I know coffee sounds good, but at the same time, I need sleep, not coffee. I need like the opposite of coffee. But I love that, you know, hanging out with you guys, because I was practically falling asleep at work. I love the fact that hanging out with you guys means that it has woken me up. And I've been able to be here and be awake and be present and do a just chatting stream. It's kind of cool to be able to do just that. You absolutely, you guys energize me and very much bring me to life for sure. Okay, so Sweet Starla is on that whole partner push thing. So I'm gonna give her the raid for Twitch. because I wanna help. I wanna see her get to partner. She deserves it. I love the heck out of Sweet Starla, so I'm gonna continue pushing on her. And I don't have as big a group to raid with over there, but I am excited to be able to do that and raid her. So for everybody tonight, you have been amazing. You pretty much broke crew, the Daddy Bubs crew and the Squirrel crew from Daddy Bubs. Thank you all so much for the love and the raids and the follows and the subs. It has been an incredible night. We will be back on Wednesday. I promised Sir Alan we would do some shadows, so that's the plan, unless the Daddy Bubs crew wants to do one of the new games and do a collab. That would be pretty amazing, so we'll see on that. But Wednesday 7 p.m. I hope to see you guys there. For the Twitch crew, I'm gonna raid you out. Let's get ready to raid. And for the Kick crew, we're gonna hang out here a little while longer until she gets back. Hopefully she's coming back. And see, raid her. Oops. Yeah, so we'll raid, because I don't get a raid on Kick very often, so this is exciting to actually get to raid someone. Yeah, so better be there. That would be, yes, he better. Yeah, so sorry, I'm now I'm chatting with the streamer over on Twitch there. I hate to just leave it here, but we're going to eventually, we are gonna raid over here on Kick if she comes back. She's better be coming back. She said she was getting coffee. She's on a 24-hour stream. Hopefully she's not taking a nap. But I am looking forward to getting to be able to raid over there. And for those that are still here on Kick, I'm still here. Oh, looks like she's coming back. Looks like she's coming back. We're gonna hopefully surprise her here. As she sits down. Oh no, she walked away. We're close, guys. We're close. We're close. Hang tight. Hang tight. Daddy Bubs crew, if you're still around, get ready to do your thing. Yeah, so we'll see how that goes. It's exciting. So, Sweet Starla is who we rated over on Twitch there. She is going for a partner push over there on the purple. So I'm super excited for her. I've known her for a good while, and I consider her a friend. So, let's see if this works. Aha! Yes! Yes! We rated!